All right. Good evening, everybody. It's time to get started. Welcome to the November 2nd, 2022 Grants Pass City Council meeting. We're going to get started with a moment of silence as our normal routine here. Please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and we have the full council present tonight. No one on Zoom, that's nice. We're going to get started tonight with a public hearing. We have a lot of people here for the second reading of the RCC annexation. So at this time, I'll open the public hearing to consider an application filed by Rowe Community College. This application is for the purpose of zoning several tax lots into the city limits. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that's occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. And actually, in this case, we already had the first meeting 2 weeks ago, and so we are just here to vote again tonight on the second reading. In this hearing, the decision of the council is based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the development code. All testimony which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the report, please write that on a note to the city manager, and one will be provided. And it's important to remember, if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you'll not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. Again, reading that's kind of a formality tonight because public comment is actually already closed. We did that 2 weeks ago. So I will entertain a motion. Valerie?
I move to adopt the ordinance amending the zoning map and annexation and have it read by title only, second reading.
Second from Rick, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Valerie, you made the motion to approve, and how do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
And Kurt?
No.
Motion passes 7-1. And Karen, can you please read that?
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass amending the zoning map and annexing properties located at 360627AO, tax lots 1000, 1001, 360627AD, tax lots 900, 1000, 1400, 1600, and 360627DO, tax lot 101.
Thank you. Our second item of business tonight is to consider a resolution approving affordable housing system development charge waiver. And it looks like Amber Naik, our housing specialist, is going to do that presentation.
All right. All right, you said it well, so I am here to present on the resolution approving the Affordable Housing System Development Charge Waiver for Cathedral Square LLC. This resolution would approve an Affordable Housing System Development Charge Waiver, or SDC waiver, for a 56-unit affordable housing project by GP Development, or Cathedral Square LLC, being developed by the Housing Authority of Jackson County and the Josephine County Housing and Community Development Council. This relates to council goals under facilitate sustainable, manageable growth by incentivizing the development of new affordable housing. The housing units provided by this development account for 10.16% of the projected needed multifamily housing units for the next 20 years, as defined by the 2021 Housing Needs Analysis. Some background, the City Council adopted the Affordable Housing SDC Waiver Program in October of this year for the purpose of incentivizing affordable housing at 60% or below of the area median income. This program does provide a 100% SDC waiver for new dwelling units which are affordable to households at an income of 60% or less of our area median income. These waived funds are backfilled with the net proceeds of the sale of city surplus property. The award of a waiver will require recording of a deed restriction which guarantees the affordability level will remain compliant with the requirement for at least 30 years from the date of certificate of occupancy. And the Housing Authority of Jackson County and Josephine Housing and Community Development Council have applied for this affordable housing SDC waiver for the Cathedral Square apartments being developed at 201 and 203 Grandview Lane. This development is creating 56 units of affordable to households with an income of 60% or less of the area median income. This level of affordability qualifies them for that 100% SDC waiver program under the recently adopted program guidelines. This is Exhibit 3, which we do have in your packet. I just wanted to bring this up on the slides to show the actual cost of SDCs, which are in that yellow. It does go down by building. Also shown here are the permit costs, but today we're just talking about the SDC costs for this waiver program. Cost implication. So the revenue source for this program does come from the LB 6388 and has resources currently of $664,000. The actual cost of this applicant for Cathedral Square would be $347,053. Here is their submitted site plan, just for a little bit of visual on this project going in. And then we have call to action. This call to action date would be at council discretion. Recommended to approve the resolution awarding the affordable housing SDC waiver to Cathedral Square LLC in the amount of $347,057.63. And then I have a couple of alternatives up there as well for your consideration.
Thank you, Amber. Council, did you have any questions? Rob, go ahead.
Thanks, Amber. So the benefit to the community, in a little bit of a statement, the benefit to the community to me will have been justified spending this money within the next 30 years. But my question is, at the end of 30 years, what happens to this property? Can it just go to market rate, and who owns it? And can you tell us what that's likely to look like?
So generally with these program restricted affordability programs, ultimately it is up to the owner, but with these, I believe it's under tax credit as well. The next step usually we're seeing is that they're then rehabilitating the project with new tax credit funding to then renew it for another 30 to 60 years, depending on where the program's at that time. So specifically with these program restricted, we are seeing that they are very sustainable.
All right, thank you.
Valerie?
Yes, I just had a question, and I guess it's something I was not aware of. I noticed that each one of these, the buildings, also has a state surcharge. And so I guess I just didn't realize that that the state also charges a SDC fee similar for each building. Is that, where does that go and for what purpose? Do you know? I don't know, Brad, I don't know if you're listening to me. This is probably a question for you. Or about the state surcharge. Where does the state surcharge on SDCs go? I just was looking at every one of these every one of these fees has a state surcharge as well. So is that part of the SDC, or how does that work?
So the building code, the state building code, which is regulated out of Division of Building Services, does have a requirement that a certain percentage of fees go to them. And so there is a surcharge that gets put on most of our fees, which basically addresses that expense that the state charges municipalities.
And is that on all? I don't know. Is it only on like affordable, or is it on all?
No, it's on all.
Okay. I was surprised it was so high, actually. Thank you.
Good question.
Are there other questions? Okay, this is a council action item, so we do allow public comment on this item. Is there anyone here who wanted to speak on this? Please come forward and make sure that this microphone is on in the middle. There's a light. Okay. So the way that this works is that you have 3 minutes to speak, and when that yellow light flashes in the middle, you have 30 seconds left. So just
Great.
keep an eye on that.
Okay.
Please state your name and...
Okay, Judy Ahrens, resident of Josephine County. I liked what Councilman Pell mentioned. As we're seeing this presentation, and I don't know much about it, I'm coming up here kind of ignorant, but what I heard on the presentation, my concern always is that we always want to help everybody, and here's just another affordable item for $350,000. And I'm trying to figure out how the taxpayer, once again, as the city pays for this, you don't pay for it, the residents pay for it. Everything's involved back to the taxpayer, you know. And boy, their tax property bill is getting really high these days. I've noticed mine. So I guess my question, going back to what Councilman Pell said, how is this going to benefit these people here who live in the community? I think it's a charitable thing. We seem to always be doing things charitable in every community in our nation, which is a good thing from the heart. But we want to go back to these people that work hard every day. Are these people going to be people who are working on all these units? Are there going to be people that are going to be sitting down and watching the soap operas all day because they have some cheap rent? Just where is that going to lead to where they're going to be productive in this society? Because the people who live here really would like to have some input on that. And thank you, Councilor Pell, for your comment.
Please step forward, and you guys can kind of line up a little bit. Would be helpful if there are more people who want to speak.
Well, I'll make this quick. Affordable housing is great.
Please state your name and whether or not you live
who
in
am
the
I
city.
looking at? Who's talking?
Right
Oh, my name is Matt Morsa.
My name's Sarah Bristol. I'm the mayor. Hi.
Hi. So I hear voices, but I can't tell where they're coming from. So I started out buying a condo. That's why I got my feet wet in buying my first house. So affordable housing seems great except for one thing. We need to figure out how we get affordable housing that people can buy. I want people to buy their property. I want them to have an opportunity to own their units here rather than just renting from somebody for 30 or 60 years. Because ownership interest is going to improve the area here. Anytime anybody owns a property, they're going to take better care of it. My experience has been they make better neighbors. So that's all I would suggest. I'm not sure how this will turn out. It looks like it's just going to be a bunch of rentals, but it's not going to give anybody an opportunity to have some ownership equity in the area here. So whatever we can do to move that direction, that's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Did anyone else want to speak on this issue?
Cheryl Brown, Josephine County. I'm a neighbor to this development, and my primary concern is that there's not going to be ample parking. As I understand it, there are 56 units and 56 parking spaces, and I'm concerned what that's going to do to the neighborhood. That's all.
Yeah, please just step forward after the next person so that we can move along.
My name is Vivian Kirkpatrick Pilger, and I live in Josephine County. And I own property in the city, and my taxes on it when I bought it were $600 a year. And when it was annexed into the city, it became $1,300 a year. For that, I got absolutely zero anything from the city for having to more than double my taxes. So now that I'm paying all that, I like to watch what the city spends their money on, and they're spending their money on this affordable housing. Are these people going to buy these houses, or is it going to be rentals? That's my question. Does anybody have an answer for me?
During public comment, we don't answer questions.
Oh, you don't respond. Oh, well, that's convenient. Not for me, though. So, at any rate, when I was 33 years old, I bought my first condo, and it was everything I had to do it. And I've built myself up buying things through the years. And it seems like everybody gets a break but me, and probably a lot of people in this room would like to have that kind of break. But using my tax dollars to do it really kind of ticks me off, and I don't appreciate it. And, you know, people look at you like, ooh, you're such a mean person. Not really. I've worked really hard my whole life, and I would really like to see people work as hard as I have to get what they get. And since I have another minute and 34 seconds, I'll keep going. I'd like other people in the room who feel the same as I to actually get up and talk instead of sitting in your chair and being complacent. Get up and say what I'm saying. Say what you mean. Say what you think. And let these people know what you're thinking, because they don't know if you don't tell them. So I'm telling you what I think, and it's if they only have one parking place per house, I can tell you what a wreck that's going to be, because I lived in a place like that had one parking place per unit, and it was hell, and it was a parking nightmare, and you had to park 3 blocks from your house sometimes just to get home in the dark. It wasn't fun. So then I bought a house where I had a garage, and that was nice. But it did take a lot for me to do that. So I'll leave my 32 seconds to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on this issue?
Is it on? Hi, my name's Tammy D'Amico, the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Josephine County here in Grants Pass. I just wanted to say that we're pleased to be able to partner with the Housing Authority of Jackson County to develop affordable housing in Josephine County. The SDC waiver will enable us to afford the rising costs. Also, too, I just wanted to say, when it's a tax credit program, these families are required to have a source of income. So they won't be families who are zero income. They have to have a source in order to be in a tax credit project. And I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close public comment on this issue, and, oh, sorry, one more. Please step forward.
Thank you.
And I just want to say to everyone in the room, I know most people are here to talk about something totally different, so I want to entertain your comments on any of our normal agenda items, but also if we're just dragging things out, it'll take everybody longer to get to where they want to be later this evening.
Ready?
Yep.
My name's Dale Day, and I live on the corner of Southeast Briggs Way. And the ingress and egress to this development.
Hang on just a minute. I think, are you here to talk about the Briggs Way issue?
No, I want to talk about this development.
Okay.
And the thing is that there's 50 cars in our neighborhood. I counted them, roughly. And there's going to be 50-some cars in the development. The other issue is we have a big turnaround issue because Grandview Lane used to go through, and now Grandview Street goes through. So we have a lot of vehicles come down our street and turn around at our cul-de-sac, or go all the way to the end of Grandview, Grandview Lane and turn around. We have semis. You name the type of vehicle, we have it come in. So if you figure out the 50 residents' vehicles, 56 vehicles in the development, and probably 10 to 15 at least cars that come down Grandview Lane, that's a lot of cars at ingress and egress. When I went to the public hearing in the planning department, they said there would only be 36 in and outs out of that development a day. So if I can count, my neighbors going to work or going to the grocery store, that's a lot of vehicles on Grandview Lane. And so if you figure out the driveway on the development is 100 feet to the stop sign, you're going to have a traffic backup down our street on Grandview because 100 feet is how many cars? We wanted to have the ingress and egress on Harbeck. but that quote wasn't possible. But I think what it should be done is it should go out on a different street. How are you going to put that many vehicles in 100 feet in ingress and egress in the morning and the afternoon? Something to consider. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who wanted to speak on Cathedral Square?
I actually have a speaker. I just found out she's stuck outside, but she's with the Housing Authority. Can I go get her?
Yeah, have her come in.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Miranda with the Housing Authority of Jackson County. I came to answer any questions that council mayor may have regarding the resolution before you. I would say that I've entered the intense financing phase of this project after about a year and a half. And since then, of course, construction costs have gone up. Material prices have gone up. The interest rates being hiked up every month. Labor's gone up. So we're paying prevailing Davis-Bacon wages on this project. At this point, we're very thankful that this program exists to be able to provide this, because there was about a $1.8 million gap in our project going through this, and I realized, they have a program for this, as does City of Ashland, City of Medford, City of Bend, many places around the state who are asked to provide housing on the spectrum for different levels of folks in their communities. This project will serve folks at 60% AMI and below. There are 85 parking spaces in the site plan on the site. We are making road improvements to Harbeck and Grandview. Just to clear up a couple of items. I won't speak to everything because we have a lot of people here, and this isn't the site plan review stage. So I just want to say I'm very thankful, because at this point it might be hard to fill that gap. So I'm glad that you all have this program to consider getting affordable housing in Grants Pass.
Thank you, Andrea. Does anyone have questions for either of the Housing Authority people? Go ahead, Joel.
So I need some education. So it costs money to build it. And where's that money coming from?
There's several sources. There is a program called the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, which is a program started by Reagan way back when. It's been the most successful project nationally that has put affordable housing on the ground through public-private partnerships. And it's a federal allocation that goes to each state, and the state puts it out on a competitive basis. We get awarded an allocation that we then take and sell to investors who give us upfront equity. So there's $16 million in equity coming in upfront, and then we have to go get a construction loan like everyone else to fill that gap for the bridge, and we will have a perm loan at the end. And the state has a pot of funds called the General Housing Account Program. They're state funds, and there's like $500,000 there. The Housing Authority itself is putting in a $150,000 loan and almost $600,000 of its own developer fee that's deferred just to make the project work. And
So are there any private partnerships? I know that that's a possibility with this, and private partnerships can invest and get returns as well.
There are some what they call syndicators, where there are many private individuals that are part of the process. We have a direct investor, which is a national bank, and they provide the equity in trade for the tax credits that they need over a 10-year period. So they are our partner. And then this is our first partnership with another nonprofit, the local housing authority right here in Grants Pass, to help build their capacity, develop and provide this in the future. So we're kind of teaching them how to do this for the future. We're bringing them in as an equal partner with the housing authority.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here this evening. I think we'll close public comment and turn this over to council for discussion. Who wants to get things started? Valerie?
Well, I'm just going to start off by saying that this project has already gone through the processes of being approved. So that's not why we're here tonight, really, to talk about parking or whatever, though that was interesting that there are 85 parking spaces, not 58. So it has been approved. Tonight, what we are talking about is the gap funding, or helping them to pay for their SDCs, which if you looked up there at how crazy, those are just the soft costs that go into building those buildings. It's not anything that has to be paid before they even get out the hammer. So you get an idea of how expensive it is to build low-income housing. So we are very happy to have Jackson County Housing come on board and help us to develop some low-income housing, because we do need low-income housing in this city. We have one of the lowest AMI, which is average median income in the state of Oregon, and the livability cost of this community is very high. So we really desperately are working to get some of those units. This is the first one that Jackson County Housing, which has built other ones as well, is working in conjunction with our Josephine County so that we can move forward and get more done. So I think it's important that we realize that the money comes from low-income housing tax credits, which are put out in the market. That's the public-private partnership. There's money from the state, but these could not be built without that money. So we're just doing our part by saying, okay, with the costs as expensive as they are, we'll do our part by cutting the SDC rates to bring the kind of housing that we know that our community needs. So with that, I'd like to make a motion and move to adopt the resolution awarding the affordable housing SDC waiver to GP Development LLC.
Second from Brian, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Joel?
Yes, this program was actually started with the previous council, and we didn't ever have any applicants. So it's been sitting there for a long time, so it's kind of good to see it being used. The other thing is, as an economist, there's expenses and there's investment. And infrastructure is an investment. And so when you look at companies that want to come to Grants Pass and have a workforce, which I think, we're growing, and there's growing pains and there's inevitable conflicts with that. But this is a good investment for attracting that economic development as well. People have to work to live there. They have to qualify for income. Unfortunately, they don't own it. I can certainly identify with that, but hopefully that's an interim step, and you don't go right away from working at a minimum wage job to a $500,000 house. Obviously, at least we didn't. So I think it's a good investment, not an expense for the county in terms of our future. I'll leave it at that.
Any further discussion? Rob?
Yeah, I just like to address very briefly the gentleman who spoke about home ownership. He probably doesn't realize, because he may not follow the council closely, but this council has also supported programs that actually will lead towards lower people of more modest means being able to own also. We supported something like that just a few months ago. So, and that actually is probably looked at in many ways as more valuable. However, there are a lot of working people. I've got people that have worked for me for 10 years, and for a variety of reasons, they can't own their own home, or not able to see themselves owning their own home. And I know that they're hardworking, they work full-time, many of them, and the fact is, if their house gets sold out from under them, or for whatever reason they have to move, there's no place for them to go unless it's at a very, very high rental rate. There may not be many renters in this audience, but rents are really out of sight. So I can tell you that I pay a lot of taxes, and I still work hard and pay those taxes. And this is, I think, is a reasonable use of my tax dollars.
Any further discussion? Vanessa?
I think my colleagues have covered it really well, but additionally, developers have cited system development charges and land acquisition as the two largest hurdles to development in our community, not only market rate housing, but also affordable housing. And this program is a response to that from the development community.
All right, any further discussion? All right, Valerie, you made the motion to adopt the resolution. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0. Our next item on the agenda is a motion that would provide direction on developing and codifying a fee waiver provision for annexations. Hi, Brad. This is our Community Development Director.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. So we have before you tonight a request. There's actually two key components to it, and I apologize up front. It might be a little confusing in the packet in terms of what you're actually making a decision on tonight. I'm going to try my best to clarify what it is. This is related to an annexation of property that is off of Briggs Way, off of Harbeck and near Grandview, which the gentleman earlier spoke of, that was initiated by the owners, but it triggers a couple of other development code issues, so hopefully I can clarify that for you. So basically, as I said, there's two things. The motion that's before you tonight would provide direction to develop a provision for annexation fee waivers and future codification of that. Secondly, the motion could also authorize or not authorize staff to process the Briggs Way annexation without paying an application fee. It relates to your council goals to facilitate sustainable and manageable growth. So real quickly, I know we got a lot of folks here tonight. I'll try to move through this. The property owner that initiated this, Dale and Susan Day, are at 209 Southeast Briggs Way, and they petitioned on behalf of the 14 lots in that subdivision for a fee waiver of the annexation of the land and estate subdivision. So that subdivision currently receives municipal services. They have city zoning. They are in the urban growth boundary, but they are not in the city limits. So they are seeking to formally annex, and as you well know, being on a service annexation agreement without being annexed means you don't vote on city matters. And there's also the payment of your fees and taxes is through a billing process separate from your property taxes. So that's kind of how that works. There's some advantages to being annexed, and they would like to have that done. So they have been working with the city, with the Community Development Department for a while now to basically figure out, how do we go about getting a subdivision that is on a service annexation agreement into the city. We actually haven't done this for a long, long time. So on the question about how do you waive a fee, the development code and the municipal code actually don't speak to this matter. It's silent on how the council can actually do this. So to clarify the actual fee that we're talking about, The planning fee schedule, which you adopt every year, it's a comprehensive fee schedule, and it has, you know, everything in it from public works issues to building department fees to planning fees. So if you look at the planning section of that, there's one line that talks about annexation. And it says annexation upon request, in parentheses. So that is what the comprehensive fee schedule says. And that fee we'll see, is about $970. It doesn't distinguish between different types of annexations. So one type of annexation would be you have no city services, you want to develop your property, you want to come into the city, and so you want to annex, and you would then come in and file an annexation. Another is what we're dealing with here, where you're already in city services, and you have city zoning, and you want to become part of the city limits. So the fees are structured, particularly planning fees, are structured to recover direct costs that are associated with processing an application. So it's everything from, you know, taking the application in, reviewing it, making sure that, you know, all the material is correct, that we look through that. It includes doing a site visit. It includes attending public hearings. It includes mailing out notices. Those are all the typical kinds of things that you would see in a planning application that would be the reason for the fee. And those are all different fees because each application requires just different amounts of time to process. So for service and annexation properties, their consent to annex has actually already been provided. Typically, most municipal services are already being provided. So I guess the point there is that there is a difference between annexing property that's on service and annexation agreements and those that are not. Our understanding of the $975.34 of that fee is that it presumed a request from property that's not receiving municipal services and where there is new proposed development. And that's really because of the way that it's worded on the fee schedule. It says upon request. And that would typically include analyzing future land uses, looking at what is their potential impact on sewer, on water, on police. Unique with these lands is that assuming that what's called a triple majority is met, there's no public hearing, there's no vote that is required for that. It basically just means that if as long as they get a majority, which is a majority of the property owners, which are a majority of the land area, which is a majority of the assessed value. So it's owner, land area, assessed value. That's the triple majority. If you get a majority in all three of those, you don't have to vote, you don't have to have a public hearing. You just move it on to the city council for review and a motion. So we don't send out notices, things like that. The property that we're talking about, I just threw this map in here. Apologize, it doesn't have all the rows, but basically Harbeck is over here on the left side of the screen, kind of running north-south. You have South Middle School, that's kind of just off the map here to the left. And then you have Briggs Way that runs across here. You have Grandview that runs across the north here. So what's starred is the Landon Estates subdivision, and you see it has a cul-de-sac coming in. That's Briggs Way, and these are the 14 lots that are in that subdivision today. So the alternatives that are presented here and that were in your packet are really dealing with the fact that we don't have any direction in the code to how the city can process requests for fee waivers. So first you have really provide direction to develop a provision for annexation fee waivers and future codification. Provide direction to develop a provision for annexation fee waivers and future codification with the intent to approve the fee waiver that you have tonight. Or of course you can just maintain the current development code and municipal code language, which would just require in all cases everyone pays the application fee, period. There really would be no provision for a waiver. The main cost implication here is if approved, the planning division would not receive the planning application fee for annexations. And in the case of land and estates, that's $975.34. These are intended to cover administrative costs like the staff time, hearing notices, and materials. But as I mentioned, we do see a difference between the service annexation requests, which don't have a lot of the same administrative costs, and a more traditional annexation request where we do have to prepare a staff report and go through the public hearings. So your call to action is at your discretion. We have some motion alternatives listed there, really relating the first three relate to the alternatives and how you want to direct staff to proceed on the annexation language of fee waivers or fee waivers in general. The last two are more specific to the request tonight, and we do have the applicants here. Number 4 says, I move to authorize the land and estates annexation request to be processed without a fee. And number 5, I move to require the land and estates annexation request to pay the application fee. Any questions?
Aaron?
I just want to add to this as something for consideration also for council. As the client has asked for a fee waiver, and as Brad has mentioned, there is still a processing associated with this and a cost. It may be appropriate for council to look at a tiered fee schedule, based on the type of annexation, and maybe not a fee waiver, if you want to consider that. If you do codify a fee waiver, then you may be getting a number of requests or requests often if there's a waiver program for planning fees. It's just something for your consideration, where here, I think what Brad is talking about is our fee structure that we have in place is for an overall, hey, it's got to go to UAPC, then to you, etc. Where maybe this should be a reduced fee and we should have a tiered system. So we'd have maybe 1 to 3 different annexation fees associated with which type.
Questions? Rick, then Valerie, then DJ?
Aaron, you stole my question, because I was wondering if we had the ability to do a tiered level, and I would, again, it's not a question, but if the rest of the council would entertain that, I would be in favor. Thank you.
Valerie?
Yeah, I just have a question going back, because we had this discussion a while back with Judy Anno. And is this similar to the same thing as they had? Because basically, oftentimes when subdivisions are put in, the actual developer will go in and have everybody sign the service agreement, so they're all brought in, which means at that time, does anybody go out and do the checking and all that sort of thing? Or if that's already been done and they've already gotten in and getting the services? That's what I'm wondering. Is there, what is involved in those? Do they have to go out and notify and do that all over again if you're doing a annexation of like this or the Blackberry Glen?
To the first part of your question, yes, it is very similar. It's a subdivision on city services with a service and annexation agreement. So it is very similar in that respect. For these subdivisions that are fully built out, all in terms of the field work, there's really a completely different situation of, what expenses are involved with verifying a subdivision. So all that work's been done. We're not talking about those kind of fees tonight. We're really just talking about the process of actually bringing it into the city limits. As Aaron said, there is time involved. We are working with them. We do get charged a fee by Josephine County because they have to move the taxing jurisdiction on their maps and in their records from Josephine County to the city. So in terms of moving so that the property tax bills then would get switched so that that's changed. So there's a few other things like that which again would be the same.
Did Judy Anno's, did theirs ever get taken care of?
They have not submitted the written consent from those property owners in Blackberry Glen.
Okay, so that, and it takes them, and in this case, did they have to go out and get the signatures to have?
They do.
They do, okay, so that was my question. And then I do know that actually when they sign the services agreement, it does say in there that it will take place within a year. So I read that in here as well. So I think in a way, that if we are doing that, we should have a tiered and make it much less on their part, because I think in a sense, the city's been somewhat negligent in letting it go all these years. And it's to me somewhat of a crime that they can't vote, even though they receive all the city services and they have no choice on any of those. So I would agree with Rick that would be a direction, is a tiered approach.
We have this questions right now. DJ, then Rob, then Vanessa.
So yeah, asking about the fee, the anticipated amount, is that supposed to be comprehensive, or do you expect that to need to be supplemented by general fund? What I mean to say is, as I understand it, general fund supplements planning fees if the enterprise fund doesn't garner enough from its fees. What I'm asking is this fee going to cover all of those costs for this instance?
The $975 fee, we do look at that every year during, when it comes up to January, when you look at time for doing it, and we, look at, how much staff time do we think that will take, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, we think that number is accurate and would cover for a traditional annexation.
Sure. The letter of support claims emails from you, and let's see, it says, if they've met number 3 being a triple majority, step number 7 is not required, including the fees. And that says it's spelled out in the service and annexation agreement. Is that a misunderstanding, or is there language in the service and annexation agreement that would lead somebody to believe that fees would be waived?
There is not language in the service and annexation agreement that talks about fees for annexation. We did, when we were approached by the Blackberry Glen folks, we did not have anything in writing really kind of helping the public through the process of, well, what does it take to get annexed? And so we did prepare, we being the community development department, we prepared a kind of 7-step outline of what that would take, to go through the process if you're in an SAA area. And in that, it did reference the statement about the fees. But that was prepared, in kind of response to a couple of these other subdivisions who wanted to annex. It's not in the agreement, it's not in code.
I guess I'm sorry, I'm just still confused as to how somebody would be able to presume that a fee waivering would be, part and parcel to the deal. It might say it somewhere, but not actually in the agreement. I guess I'm just still unclear about that.
Right, so it does say it in that 7-step process that I just explained, which was distributed, and the days did receive that.
Thanks.
Rob?
I have 2 questions, Brad. So as much as I read this over, as much as I'm reading it over again tonight here on the dais, maybe it's really clear to others, but I don't really get the difference between motion number 1 and motion number 2. Can you explain that again? Potential motion, I should say.
The ones that are on the screen?
Well,
Here.
the ones that are in the packet, I can't quite see the screen.
Okay.
Is it the same?
Yeah, so number 1 would be really just giving direction to staff to prepare language that would amend the municipal code, development code, to allow for fee waivers. Number 2 would mean you're doing that, but you're also tonight authorizing the applicants who you haven't heard from yet to receive their fee waiver so that they can move ahead. So it's really just the last, with the intent to approve the fee waiver.
So one, the first one is basically general, but the second one would apply specifically to this applicant?
To this applicant, correct.
Okay. And then, is it safe to say that anyone that is applying for annexation is already paying for all city services, full fees on everything, full taxes, et cetera?
Yes, other than a few, the library district is handled separately. I mean, all the various amounts. I mean, maybe Aaron can clarify, but.
That would be true for annexations that are coming in for like a triple majority like we have here, and that have a service and annexation agreement. So the service and annexation agreements were established primarily because in our charter, we had a statement that said all annexations must go to a vote of the people. And the state recently said that's unconstitutional. If you've got a triple majority and the owners want to come in, your charter can't do that. So that state rule supersedes that. So now, future development that comes in and they develop, and the developer comes in, he owns all or she owns all the property, they can just annex the property. And it would not have a service annexation agreement, but it would be getting the services because it'd be annexed. So now the trigger for services is annexation. Versus this is a cleanup of some of our old service and annexation agreements, and there'll probably be more to follow that'll be just like this one.
So in the second scenario, the people are essentially, or the property owners, are not paying city taxes before they are annexed in, and then the city actually is the beneficiary of them being annexed because we then increase our tax base in the second scenario.
Correct.
So there's two kind of different scenarios. One is basically a cost to the city, and the other one is essentially additional revenues that, in the future that would cover that cost, right? So it's two different scenarios.
They are two different, and that's what might bring up the issue of council asking for a tiered system instead of a waiver program.
Right. Thank you.
Vanessa?
Exhibit A does outline that there is a triple majority, so isn't the fee waiver request a moot point outside of potentially adding a provision for future waivers?
That is the point I was trying to make. I mean, I think that the materials you received prior to the meeting are didn't really clarify that, but with the PowerPoint, I'm trying to, yes, make clear that they do have the triple majority. There would not be a vote, there would not be a public hearing required for this application. So it does involve, in our opinion, less staff time to process.
Okay, just to be clear, which means that there would not be a fee because you are not going through the noticing and you're not going through the public hearing process and those things?
Well, as worded in the comprehensive fee schedule, annexations require the $975.
There is still, even with a triple majority, there's still a process that has to go through planning and council, and then like Brad said, there is a fee that we have to pay also to the county, and so there is still a cost to the city even with the triple majority, but likely less than the $900.
Thank you.
Rick?
So Brad, in looking at the idea of a tiered system, what would be the process? How long would it take to go through, and who decides on the value? Do you come to council and the council says, well, we like that price but not that price? How would that work?
Well, hopefully it wouldn't be that subjective. I mean, our role is to give you very specific numbers as to why the fee is what it is. So in a tiered system, we would show you exactly, here's the amount of staff time, here's the expenses, here's the mailing costs, et cetera, to say, okay, well, here's why it's $975, here's why it's $600, and here's why it's $300. We would, show what those expenses are, and they would be directly tied to what the required activities are.
And what's the time schedule if we go that direction to have that happen? We looking at 2 months or 6 months or?
No. I mean, we know what the costs are because, we know what staff time expenses are. We know what mailing expenses, et cetera, are. We know what the Josephine County fees are. You know, it would really just be a matter of a couple of weeks, really.
Okay, so, and it's an in-house, it doesn't require a public hearing, and it just would come back to us, or are you able to act on that as the director?
So the process would be, you would just direct, today you would direct, if you wanted to, council could direct us to establish or to recommend a tiered fee structure system. We would then have it within, recognizing that there's a group that does want to be annexed, we could try to fast track that. Like Brad said, we have the numbers, we just need to put it, we just need to categorize it. So we could maybe potentially provide you with 3-tiered system approach, and we can have that in a council meeting in December or something along those lines. And what it would be is you would be doing a resolution modifying the fee schedule. So we would just, instead of having a 1-line fee schedule for annexation, we'd have a three lines for fee annexation. So that's what you would be modifying.
Thank you.
Joel?
So Brad, how many of these do we do a year?
0.
Okay, and we're talking about $900 or less. And in this particular case, the person's probably paying more than what the staff time is into it. So that would be a tiered schedule. So I'd suggest to my cohorts that we go ahead and make a motion, and
We have to do public comment
and
first.
we'll do public comment first. Okay.
Look at all these people who have turned out to talk on this issue. DJ, go ahead.
So I seem to still have a misunderstanding. So in the background, it says there is no provision in Grants Pass Development Code or Municipal Code providing for a process or fee waiver. And then it says in here that they were led to believe by some process that there is a process for a fee waiver. So I appear to just have some conflicting information here. So if there's no process for a fee waiver, but then they were led to believe that there is a potential for a fee waiver, where am I misunderstanding this?
So there is no fee waiver clause in the ordinance. We've double checked that, that's for sure. What they are referring to is a 1-page document that had 7 steps on here is the process to go through. When Augustus and I prepared that, it had in the last step that if you got a triple majority, there would not be a fee associated with that. So so both are correct. That is where they are getting that information. So that was put in there prematurely before we really got to the process of understanding what would be required if you did an SAA, a Service Annexation Agreement annexation. So
okay, so they've been told that a fee waiver is possible, but there is no program or vehicle for waiving the fees outside of council's authority to do so. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. This is open for public comment. I believe the Days are here to speak on this issue. So Susan and Dale, are you still out there?
Hi, good evening. My name is Susan Day, and am I on? Can you hear me okay? I live at 209 East Briggs Way in Grants Pass. We have attempted to become fully annexed into the city of Grants Pass since May of 2022. The Land and Estates development was partially annexed almost 5 years ago. In the service and annexation agreement, it stated that the development could be fully annexed by the city within 1 year. However, this has never happened. The agreement you're talking about, that this is what they gave us, a copy of this, of these bullets of what we needed to do to become fully annexed. The triple majority is the one we qualified under, that we met, and it said, according to the service and annexation agreement, if we have met number 2 or number 3, step 7 is not required, including the fees, if you either meet number 2 or number 3. So we got our 14 homeowners, and we, out of the 14, 12 requested to be fully annexed. So we got over 51%. However, when we went to apply for the annexation, they said we were required to pay $975, although the form they gave us said clearly this fee, the pre-application conference and the hearing were not necessary, and again, this step, number 7, is not required, including the fees, if you meet either number 2 or number 3. So we were very confused about this, as you were here tonight also. So tonight, we realized we have opened a can of worms, and we are trying to put those worms back in and get annexed. We have city water, we have sewers, we pay 2 separate tax bills. One is called a fee, one is called a tax. Never mind. Anyway.
You're okay, keep going.
We're just trying to get this clarified, and it seems like there's a lot of other people that would like clarification. And that's why we requested the fee waiver. And I'm glad to be here tonight to talk and hear what's gone on in the past. Thank you for your time.
I don't mean to be here twice in one night, but it's taken 7 months. First, we met with the city manager back in May, and we had a conversation, and we thought it was going to be much easier. We thought we were going to be able to vote in the city in this November's election, and we can't. And so we just feel like we don't want to be the guinea pig for everybody else that would like to have this to happen, to become part of the city. But I think it's really important. I mean, there's a lot of neighborhoods that are in the same situation that really don't know, when you buy a home in this case, you really don't know if you're in the city or in the county. We thought we were paying city taxes. That's the reason why we thought we were in the city, but it turns out to be a fee. So it's not really, I mean, do I have to go back and amend my income tax because it's a fee and not a tax? There's a lot of things that should be much more coherent. And just as a citizen, I think the city needs to have a written plan of how a property that's been annexed, so to speak, there should be a precise way of how to do it. And I think, like, for example, Blackberry and those developments too, they're in the same scenario that we are. They're just trying to find out what to do. And oftentimes it's just like you can throw up your hands and walk away. So I'm not sure what to do, but I really think that we've discovered like a little loophole that needs to be kind of a written, nice policy so everybody understands. And we'd like to become part of the city of Grants Pass, but there's some days we thought maybe, I'm not so sure about it, But there's one more issue that is kind of difficult to talk about. We paid $168,000 in our neighborhood of the 20 property owners as a fee in total from 2017, and if we include the new fee bill that we just got yesterday. We didn't receive city services. You can look it up that there was no contract ever let to clean our streets. When my wife called the city road department, there was a woman who answered the phone, and she did a great job. She solved a problem right away. And within a few days, the street sweeper was out. We were thinking about putting our little cone head hats on with a chin rubber band and our noisemakers. Well, we finally got something. But I think on the other hand, on Mother's Day, of May, which would be 2022, I called 911. There was street wasting on Grandview Lane. And so I got the recordings.
We don't need the timer for him, Karen.
I got the recordings of it, and, you know, basically what happened is no one ever came out. The second 911 call was to ask him, was with a male, and he said I needed to call the sheriff's department. So we called the sheriff's department, but we got the recording that they would be open on Monday morning. I mean, I have the text messages from the administrator for 911 saying that they didn't change the overlay for emergency services in either March or April of 2022. But he didn't really have conclusive evidence of that. My speculation is the overlay wasn't changed until the following Wednesday after Mother's Day, which means that public safety issue, we didn't get our services. So that's like a big can of worms to open too, but I feel like, give us our money back. If you want $932, I don't think we should have to pay it. I think you need to ante up and give us some of our money back for our neighbors. These are working families. They paid a lot of money for services they never received. If you doubt me, you know, go to 911 and ask them what date they changed the overlay for the emergency services for our neighborhood. Go to the city road department, ask them what date did they let the contractor sweep our streets. Amazing, huh? Thank you.
Council,
I think I got it all out tonight. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions for the days? Since they're the applicant on this issue, so it's a little bit different than public comment. No? Okay. Is there anyone else here for public comment who wanted to speak on this issue? Okay. Be sure to state your name and whether or not you live in the city.
Cheryl Brown, I live, who knows if I live in the city? That's the problem. I live in Josephine County. I'm at 931 Briggs Way. When we did call for services, we would be told by the county that it was a city issue, and the city would tell us that it was a county issue. So we just have not been served.
Anyone else? Yep, please step forward and state your name and whether or not you live in the city.
Vivian Kirkpatrick Pilger, it's me again. I just wanted to say that you guys ought to waive this fee. They're going to pay enough city taxes to you guys in the coming years. It'll way make up for this fee. So just go for it. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close public comment, turn it over to council for discussion. Rick?
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. Recommend to staff that they prepare a tiered system for annexation, and also a second portion that a fee waiver be issued for the days on this application.
Second from Valerie. Any discussion on that, DJ?
Yeah, I think I need to say that there shouldn't likely be a document in rotation that demonstrates a fee waiver program if there is no program that exists. So I would suggest eliminating that document from rotation until we iron this out.
Further discussion? All right, so we had a motion which was to provide staff direction to develop a tiered fee for annexation and also move forward on approving a fee waiver for this particular annexation. All right, and Rick, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0. All right, we have a couple of quick, hopefully quick, appointments to committees, and then we'll be on to public comment. So So first up, we are going to deal with a motion appointing one member to the Sustainability and Energy Action Taskforce. Council, this is your bright blue paper. So we have 3 candidates who have applied for this position, which is for a Grants Pass High School student. And the task force itself, well, the 3 students are Tegan Bivens, Kaylee Palmari, and Sydney Wright.
Thanks.
And the task force is recommending Kaylee Palmari as their choice for the high school student position because of her community involvement and her inclusion of micro details in her application, such as more bus stops and encouraging more field trips regarding the environment in our school districts. Kaylee appears to be a more practical-minded person who is very observant about details. So council, if you would all circle your preference on the sheet and pass it down to me. All right, we have 8 preferences here for Kaylee Palmari. I'll entertain a motion. Valerie.
I make a motion that Kaylee be appointed to the, whatever it is, the Sustainable Energy Task Force.
Okay, second from Vanessa. Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Vanessa?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all of the applicants. It's really exciting to have three different high schoolers apply for a city committee. So I would like to tell the other 2 that all of the meetings are open to the public. So if you'd like to come and join us and get your 3 minutes at the beginning, sure the committee would love to have you there.
Any further discussion? All right, Valerie, you made the motion to appoint Kaylee. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
And it looks like we have had 2 counselors step away, so never had to deal with that in the middle of a meeting. Is that a 6-2, a 6-0? Temporarily absent here?
Yeah. It'd be
It's still a
basically
majority.
6-2. It's 2 absent votes, so it still
So
passes.
I guess it's a 6-0. They're currently absent. All right. That was less easy than I thought it might be, but appointment to the Bikeways and Walkways Committee. On this one, we have 3 openings, and 3 candidates have applied in alphabetical order. They are Daniel Edwards Jr., Jason Roberts, and Jeanette Sanchu. And the committee does not have a recommendation as they have not had a quorum for 3 months. They haven't been able to meet. Valerie.
And I would like to make a motion that we let Daniel Edwards Jr., Jason Roberts, and Jeanette Sancho become members of the Bikeways and Walkways Committee so they can have a quorum.
All right.
Forward.
Is there a second, Rick? Any discussion on that? All right, Valerie, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
All right. Hustle back, Rick. Tell us your vote.
Yes.
We need to have it.
Sorry, I said Rick, I meant Kurt.
Yes.
Gee. All right, motion passes 8-0 on that one. All right, next up. Public comment.
Here we go.
Public comment is an opportunity for the public to address the city council on items that are not related to a public hearing or council action item on tonight's agenda. The intent is to provide information that is pertinent to the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the council as one body, not to individuals. At the conclusion of public comment, council will have the opportunity to respond. This meeting will proceed in an effective and courteous manner. Citizens and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free from slander, threats, or other personal attacks. signs or placards, outbursts of applause, campaigning for public office, and other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. If you have a question regarding any government-provided service or a current city policy, please contact the city manager's office in an attempt to resolve the matter. With that, a couple more comments about public comment here before we begin. We have quite a number of people here to speak tonight. So you want to make sure that you state your name and whether or not you are a city resident. When the yellow light goes off, you will have 30 seconds left, so don't panic. Sometimes it scares people and they think they're cut off, but please do stop when the red light goes off, because otherwise I will have to cut you off, and I don't like doing that. We have two people here who are, I believe, for items that are not what the rest of you are here for, so I'm going to let them go first. John Duncan.
My name is John Duncan. I'm a resident of the city of Grants Pass.
Put the mic a little closer to your mouth, please, sir.
How's that? I went to the fire department to get a burning permit today, and was informed that they don't give them for industrial or commercial areas. And I purchased 45 acres or so of the Spalding property, and we're trying to clean it up. And we'd like to have a burning permit to coincide with the city permits. We've cleaned it up a lot. We've got some burn piles that we'd like to burn. And we've got some more cleanup to do. It's going to take some time. We put in a large sewer line, not a sewer line, but a line that'll take the irrigation ditch all the way from the north part of our property down to the tracks, and that was a pretty sizable expense. And so we'd like to clean it up. We have others. We have some of the homeless people that will live up there, and there was a fire up there just above us today, and if we can get some of this stuff burned, we can keep it clean. We'd like to mow it and clean it up a lot, so that's my request.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that we don't provide, I guess, interaction during public comment. It's just an opportunity for the public to bring something before the council, and then we'll address it later.
Okay.
So.
Later being?
Well, somebody might address it afterwards, but we have a whole lot of people here, so that's going to be
I don't, just sometime.
Yeah,
next few days.
We'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Next, Steve Nelson.
I haven't been here for a while, but about a year ago, I brought up a topic that had been on my mind for a long time. The ordinance requiring safe and legal demolition. And I'm doing a follow-up on that because this is, in my opinion, one of the most important ordinances on the books. And one of the duties of the city manager is to enforce city ordinances. And this is one of the most lax city ordinances that we have. So over that period of months, I went through methodically why I believe the city needs to enforce this ordinance, because there's been so many illegal demolitions in this town. And we're not just talking about asbestos, we're talking about rat contamination, black mold, fiberglass insulation, a whole myriad of possible toxic situations that can become airborne. Finally, I got a response from Councilor Valerie that maybe a letter sent out to developers and contractors regarding legal and safe demolition would be a good idea. I don't know if that letter was ever sent out to developers and contractors. I need to know that. And what I am proposing to you this evening, if that letter has not been sent out, I'm asking that you do that and also send it to me so that I know that you have done that. I would also like that letter to be accessible to the public because illegal demolition can potentially detrimentally affect citizens in this community. I know it happened in my neighborhood. So please, if you have not sent out that letter, do it. It's very important. Send it to my address too so that I know you have done it. Make it public accessible so everybody knows it. We need to know. Please do that. Thank you.
All right. We have a lot of people to get through, and I know some people are waiting outside, so it would help them be able to get into the room if some of you would like to step out after you're done speaking. I have Brenda Sisson and then Kate Bortels. Either one of you here? Step on up. Be sure to tell us your name, whether or not you live in the city.
My name is Brenda Sisson. I'm a county resident, but of course I do use the city limits of Grants Pass. I would like to speak on the buying the elk lodge. That's what I would like to speak on, and I'm wholly against doing this. And when I read it, it was kind of like a poke in the eye. To put these homeless people, you know, in a perimeter of like a urban campground, that didn't work. So now you want to put them right in the middle of town. And Grants Pass is deteriorating, and it's going to deteriorate even more if we want to continue to have tourists coming to town. It's getting worse. And now there's this proposition of buying right in the middle of town. You want to put homeless people in the neighborhood? That's crazy. It's just nuts. I was kind of blown away when I learned about this. What's the matter with you people? That's about what I got to say.
All right, is Kate Bortels here?
Hi, I'm Kate Bortels, and I work at Shoe Fly on G Street, and I also worked at the Welcome Center for almost 4 years. My experience at the Welcome Center was delightful, but on every single day I dealt with homeless people. Majority of them were nice. Alcohol, drugs are a problem, but I treated them very much like humans. When I found out about the Elk Club, I went, it's just too close to the retail and to the residents. I'm just kind of wishing it was just like closer to a more of an industrial place. So many people from Ashland, from Medford, from Jacksonville come up here to shop and dine because it really is starting to sparkle. And so I'm just hoping in my mind that the place for the homeless will not be as close to the historic district. And that's my hope. And thank you.
I have Trina Marks, then Indra Nicholas. Either one of you here?
Hi, my name's Indra Nicholas. I am a city resident. First, I want to thank you all for what you do. I know it's not easy, and you give of your time and energy and get a lot of backlash, which I'm going to give some now, too. Grants Pass is in decline. I've been a resident for 26 years. I've been in the county and I've been in the city for 19 years. I live within walking distance to the Elks Lodge. I don't know if you remember several years ago when there was on 7th Street up near the river, a church was giving out food for the homeless. A great noble thing to do. Every time I drove up 7th, it was like seeing zombies walking down your streets. It was so disheartening and depressing. We want to help people, but this is not the way. This is enabling people. They come here from all over. Our city is not safe. In the 2 years since you all have been in term, all of you, we have gone down so far. I'm a very patient person, but I am so angry because I don't like what's happening to our beautiful town. I work at the north end of town. Just last week, we had a carjacking attempted in the middle of the day in our parking lot. I have a business there. I have students from 15 to 19 years old working in there, sometimes by themselves or with one other person. We've had homeless or drunk or mentally ill to where we had to lock the door one night. It's dangerous. And why do we want to wait till someone gets seriously injured or killed before we clean up this town? I don't think you want that on your shoulders. And so putting this camp in the middle of town, we're supposed to be a tourist city. Nobody's going to want to come here. It's a no barrier, meaning they don't even have to get help. That's my main problem. I'm all for helping people that want to get help. Let's do it. But people, many of these, and I talk to some, they hang out by my business. They don't want help, or they're too addicted or mentally ill to ask for help. And so we are not helping them. I think personally it's cruel. It's cruel to allow someone to sleep on the stairs between the Super 8 and the Diamond Hardware with their backpack and their sleeping bag and trash and feces and needles. That is cruel. And what do you think is going to happen around the Elks Lodge? They are going to be all right there out on the street in the middle of town. Thank you very much. Please do not do this.
Trina, then Ty Kirkpatrick.
Trina Marks, City of Grants Pass. So, Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Trina Marks. I am a resident of Grants Pass. In fact, I was born here with the exception of a few times. I've always lived here. My husband and I owned a small business here at 626 6th Street. We raised our girls here and have very strong ties to the community. We are extremely disappointed that a property virtually in downtown is being proposed as a homeless shelter that would also allow drugs and alcohol to be consumed on the premises. Our business property is adjacent to the proposed property and would not only devalue our property, but we would lose vital tenants, each of whom have businesses. Additionally, this proposal makes it impossible to sell valuable business real estate. Portland and Seattle do these kinds of facilities, and they're just breeding houses for illegal activities like drug use, prostitution, massive numbers of violent assaults, and downtown will become a magnet for drug dealers and human traffickers. Vancouver, BC is probably the best example of where they turn their antique district into a zombie town of meth and heroin users. These are valuable lessons to be learned from other larger cities that have already tried this scenario with dismal results, including Vancouver, BC. The shelter is still there, but the desirable antique district is not. Grants Pass has spent several years and a large amount of money revitalizing downtown. Those efforts will be for naught by placing this facility adjacent to the merchants. People will no longer come to a quaint old town 6th Street feel. I implore you, on behalf of the merchants in Grants Pass, to find an alternative site and reconsider the type of facility that would be most beneficial.
to Grants Pass. Thank you for your time.
Ty Kirkpatrick, then Shauna Valdez.
Hello, my name is Ty Kirkpatrick. I'm also a business owner, as well as I wouldn't say I'm a resident of Grants Pass, but I do own several properties here. And one of the things that is greatly disturbing is that we have, like Ms. Marks said, because I happen to be one of her tenants. And the situation that we have is that I don't approach this council as coming from just a business owner. I come from being a man who was formerly homeless about 14 years ago. And if you're not going to address the fact that you're actually going to fix the problem and you're going to fix these situations, then you're not really going to do anything other than create a chaos. And I'd like to know if this council is going to increase the amount of police activity around there, because it will need to be increased. And in addition to that, if we are not going to put these people on a path to actually reach out and help people, I'm all for helping the homeless, but I don't think it needs to be at the detriment of every business owner. There's been a large amount of money that's been invested in this part of 6th Street, this part of town recently, which is actually giving people the opportunity and desire to invest into Grants Pass. When I first came into Grants Pass, there was nothing. You guys were a dying town, and now you're starting to see something that is actually building up. And if you really want to destroy it, this is the perfect opportunity to do it. But if you're not going to employ more police, if you're not going to handle issues, my poor son, when we took the building at 6th Street, a homeless gentleman cornered my son inside of that building. He came in the back door without any consideration. There was nothing. So if we're not going to address the issue that we're going to bring violence, we're going to bring more drug activity, and we're going to bring other things that Grants Pass doesn't need, then this council is not really doing in the best interest of the people. Thank you.
Shauna? And then next I have Brent Kehoe.
Hello. So my name's Shauna Valdez, and I am a resident of Grants Pass. I've lived here since I was 2 years old, so 40-something years. I'm a drug and alcohol counselor at an agency in town, and I've came to a few of the community meetings over the past year when we've been trying to get Rogue Retreat and a shelter set up, and never gotten up and talked because this is hard to do because there's so many different opinions, and I humbly come because I get all of those opinions, and I understand it's hard to find a location for the homeless where everyone's going to agree. We've seen a lot of community members against it. So I'm coming as a drug and alcohol counselor just to beg for you guys or us to approve a spot. I think it's a good location. I'm not a business member or a resident close by there, but I do work with these people every day, and there's a lot of hurting, broken people that want to get better, and we have homeless outreach workers that are ready to work with these people. They're out there in the community helping them get services, and from what I understand of the other locations, we have people that are willing to work with these people at the location. And we have a huge gap of people that come in, they want to get better. There's months wait list for residential, and there's nowhere for them to go. And so they're sent back to their tent, and it's hard. They have medical issues, mental health issues, addiction issues. They can't get to their appointments. They don't even have an address to get picked up at. They have all their stuff that they leave that gets stolen, and it's just like this cycle. And I've wanted to throw up my hands and quit my job many times over the last year because there's no resources for these people. And I hear their stories, and so I get I know there's a lot of homeless people, or some homeless people that don't want to get better, or they're violent, or they cause problems, but there's a lot that want to get better. And we've been waiting patiently for the last year, and we are hoping and praying that, we can soon find a place for these people. Thank you.
All right, Brent, and then Katie Austin.
Hello, my name is Brent Kehoe. I'm the Executive Director of Heartland Dance. I'm opposed to this shelter proposal because it's right next to our upcoming dance studio. Our youth organization will be greatly impacted. Heartland's main parking is literally right next to the entrance of this building. Heartland Dance is a 501c3, and its mission is to offer community members of all ages and abilities the opportunity to experience the joy and benefits of dance in an atmosphere of kindness and discipline. Utilizing my BFA in dance, I have been helping hundreds of dancers find passion and joy of dance. I'm proud to say this season over 160 students have joined us embracing Heartland's motto, be kind to each other, be kind to yourself. The time to speak out is now, and I understand in doing so is difficult. If I'm for this new shelter project, I'm automatically labeled that I support freeloaders. I want to give handouts. If I'm against this project, I'm automatically labeled cruel-hearted and have no compassion for the homeless scene. We all agree and are acutely aware of homelessness growing in our communities and our public parks for some time. For the last 2 years, the city has been looking for a suitable location for a shelter. Redirecting a recent shelter project due to the public's concern, shelter was too close to schools. The city of Grants Pass has continually worked towards taking back our parks and helping unhoused citizens find somewhere to live in a healthy and safe environment. I love my community, and I know we can do better than this recent proposal. I'm at the corner of 5th and K Street every day for the major site development has been in progress for over a year to completely renovate the former Grants Pass Community Center. This building also happens to share a block and alley with the proposed new shelter. Heartland's dance program will be located here, as well as the organizations contributing to performing arts community. Coming in 2023, we'll be seeing passionate dancers leaving our building in tutus, hand in hand with their younger siblings. So I need to convey, is it really appropriate to place a shelter with struggling citizens as they begin their recovery from alcohol and addiction next to an organization serving children and youth? Developers all around this area have been working hard to clean up the block and create a safe and welcoming space for the youth in our community. I asked the city of Grants Pass to consider the impact low barrier shelters would have on the headway we all been working so diligently to attain. You mind if I finish my last sentence?
Finish the last sentence.
Yes. I asked this Grants Pass City Council members to reconsider placing a low barrier shelter next to our youth program. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Austin, then Carl Pugh.
Good evening. My name is Karen Daggett Austin. I'm a longtime resident of Grants Pass and a 32-year business owner in the city. My business is Southern Oregon Dance Center, and I stand here in alignment with Brent Kehoe. My dance studio is located within 2 blocks of this proposed site in the Elk Center. Not only that, but Wayne Owens Fighting Arts, that serves many children in our community, is within a block of this Elk Lodge Center. And I'm very disturbed that this is even being considered. Frankly, Brent has been developing this building, and it has been known, the city council should know that this child-serving company is going to be located right next to this Elk Lodge. That's very disturbing to me. Basically, that's what I came here to say today, that implore you to reject this decision and to not proceed any further with having this Elk Lodge building be the place where we house homeless. We all agree that there needs to be a solution, but myself and many other in our community think that it needs to be outside of the city limits, not only to maintain the beauty and the community atmosphere of our city, but to protect the young children who are going to be walking in and out of dance studios and karate studios within 1 or 2 blocks of this building. It's absolutely a terrible idea. Thank you.
Carl? And then Ward Warren.
My name is Carl Pugh. I live in Rogue River, but mainly function in Grants Pass. I come to you today speaking as a capitalist and as a dad. Most of our discussion in this meeting prior to talking about this topic was all about investment in our community, dollars spent trying to make things better and more effective and profitable. And there is no investment in a homeless shelter. We, as a society, have confused the idea of homelessness with substance abuse. These people who live on the streets, who we see, are only homeless because they have chosen to make other poor choices in their life. The number of people who have substance abuse problems who live on the street is astronomical. I teach the teen class Sunday mornings where I worship, and we were talking about drugs and alcohol. And I, having never done drugs and alcohol, don't know anything about it. So I thought, I know there's a couple of members there who struggled with that for a long time. I had them come to our class. We asked them questions. Questions like, what made you get clean or decide to be clean? The one lady's answer was, my dad said I was always welcome to come home, but not until I was clean. There was consequences for her actions, and that's what made it be that she made that choice to change. When we provide a shelter, all we do is enable them to continue to do the same thing. There are some who want to get better, but by far a majority of them just routinely choose again and again to make poor choices. It's clear that unless there are consequences for our choices, we don't change our choices. So once again, there is no investment in a shelter. We should be investing in maybe rehabilitation services, but not making it easy for them to continue their lifestyle. I secondly come to you tonight as a dad, in that these are 2 of the passionate dancers, as the other lady commented, who will be exiting the building literally right next door, often at 8:30 at night. It's dark, I don't know what time it is now, but it's pretty dark out there. Nobody would ever want their daughters or granddaughters to be walking out into the parking lot right next door to this. This, once again, is not in providing any kind of increase to our community in any way, shape, or form. And so I ask that you do not put it there. And think of these girls and many others who will be walking out there on a routine basis. Thank you.
Ward, then Katie Wickham.
Ward Warren, Grants Pass. I've been here for about 50 years and owned businesses and properties downtown for about 35 years. And so I'm here tonight to stand with and support my associates. I feel it would be a dereliction of duty for me not to be here. So I checked on the little check sheet there, both proponent and opponent. And so I'm a proponent of a solution to the homeless issue. It's tough, I know, it's difficult. I just saw an article in the paper yesterday about Portland and how downtown has suffered through COVID and then as a result of the homeless situation. And I hope that that doesn't happen here. So as an opponent, I'm an opponent of the location. And, you know, as they say, it's location, 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 and that's my big concern here. You know, it's a great building, and that building could be a real asset to the downtown area in the future. It could be a hotel, it could be apartments, it could be a restaurant, it could be a combination of all of those things. So it's a really great location for that kind of a use. For a homeless use, I don't think so. When I say my associates, I'm talking about these people behind me, many of whom have invested their life savings and their blood, sweat, and tears for years to build up this town. And that's what they do. And they provide us all with a clean, safe, attractive place to dine and to shop. And I think we need to be really careful about tampering with that. I mean, downtown is the social, cultural, and economic hub of our community. Has been for 125 or more years, still is. And it's gotten better all the time. And since the 90s, it's amazing the way it's evolved. So part of that equation is it needs to be clean and safe for residents and for tourists. And I think in this location, the homeless situation is going to jeopardize the clean and the safe, because I already see it happening. And so you have a nice facility like this, the word gets out, and you know, it's 3 blocks from this building up 5th Street to 5th and H, where we're talking about putting a public plaza. Does that make sense? I don't think so. Because the problem is we have mental health issues, as you all know, and the people that are standing out on the streets, I don't know how many of you spend time down there, but they scream and yell, and they threaten, and they intimidate, and they shake sticks. And, you know, before long, a couple of weeks, it's going to be dark at 5 o'clock, and we have employees leaving their businesses, having to go out to their cars. Not a good idea. I think you all need to not only listen to what people are saying, but to hear them. Thank you.
Katie Wickham, then Lita Niederheiser.
Hello, my name is Katie Wickham. I was born and raised in Grants Pass, went to Grants Pass High School, and I'm currently looking for a home here. I have been a teacher, a high school teacher, and I was also taught at RCC for about a half a decade. The last 2 years I've worked as a registered nurse in critical care, and I've worked primarily with people who have had a rough time of it and have been homeless, substance abuse, you name it. I am a huge proponent of having a place, a safe place for people who are unhoused, who need resources, but it needs to be done the right way. I am also, I danced when I was a little girl. I danced at the Vitality Center meaning life. It was a big thing in Grants Pass, and I've seen this community grow up. I love it here. And now I'm helping my niece, who's 11 years old, go through ballet school at Heartland Dance. They are so wonderful. Their motto is be kind, and I'm asking you to be kind to our community. And take a lesson from these little girls who will be in tutus and tights coming out of this building to a low barrier homeless shelter. It's unethical. It's not right. If this was to continue to go forward, I will lose faith in this council. I think you guys are all trying to do the right thing, and we're all trying to do the right thing. We want to help people who need help, but we also have to protect the kids, and we have to protect the beauty of our downtown and make it walkable, make it lovable, make it good for tourism, good for business, good for the people of Grants Pass that are putting money into this town. Thank you.
Lita, then Suzanne Gatlin.
My name is Lita Niederheiser. I don't quite know how you decided who spoke. I was the first person here deliberately through the door and turned my card in because I'm an 81-year-old lady who has major heart issues. And sitting here by now, my heart's beating out of my chest and I think I may pass out. I do not live in the city, but I am here representing the Josephine County Historical Society, which certainly is within the city. For a couple of years, we've had trouble with the homeless sleeping in the back porch of the Smith House, the historic house, in the bandstand, in our gardens. Our women who work at the Historical Society would go out in the morning, literally have to often run them off, pick up a garbage can worth of garbage, needles, bags of who knows what in it, and worst of all, pick up tons of human feces. Bad enough to pick up dog feces, but don't. Human feces is beyond the call. Finally, in desperation, we knew we had to do something. So we put a fence around the Schmidt house, the garden, and the barn at the cost of $21,000 that we did not have. Now that you are talking about putting this homeless shelter literally across the street from our parking lot, we will have no choice but to fence our parking lot and the library to protect it. We had trouble when these people weren't brought to the spot. Now, when you know you're bringing them right across the street from us, and there's no, in my understanding, there's no checking on, are they drunk? Are they on drugs? Are they high? Are they simply crazy or whatever? And I certainly believe in helping the homeless. I've supported the Gospel Rescue Mission from the beginning of its conception in many different ways. So I believe in helping the homeless by all means. But once we fence that portion of our property that is not fenced now, and again, at a cost of probably $21,000, money we do not have, in part because we're paying right now to fix the sidewalk, which has been buckled in front of the Historical Society from roots from trees that the city planted some years ago, but now it's our problem, not yours. And it's going to cost us about $10,000 to fix that sidewalk and remove those trees and plant new ones. So again, we don't have the money, but we will have no choice to do it. And once that fence is in, our meetings are at night. When I come down to a meeting at night, I'm going to have to park in the street, get out, open the gate to get into the parking lot, then drive my car in and close the gate, and then go around to the meeting and come back to a dark parking lot. And I'm sorry, I'm over, and I have a whole lot more to say, and I hope to heavens there's somebody else from the Historical Society here that can carry on with the conversation. Please do not do this.
Suzanne Gatlin, then Nathan Miller. And I have not sorted these, so I kind of tried to keep the people who came later towards the bottom, but it's an imperfect system.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Gatlin. I am a nurse, and I work and live here in Grants Pass. For 10 years, I worked as a psychiatric nurse, and the things that I wanted to share with you, I'm just sharing with you what I know. The last medical journals and studies that I have read about psychiatric patients is that about 90% of the patients that have psychiatric issues are drug-induced, okay, with psychosis. 1% are born to mental illness. About the other 9% are due to trauma, stress, and other abuse, okay? The majority of the patients that I have dealt with, most of them, as some of these other folks have mentioned before, they do not like rules. They are addicted. They do not want to follow rules from their family members, whoever it is that they're living with. Most of them, I'm not saying all of them. Some of them want help. I do have friends that have been homeless and have been addicted to drugs and alcohol. Their lives have turned around. I don't believe having this shelter where it is located is going to help. I do believe that it's going to enable them to continue with this behavior without consequences. Also, they need to be held responsible. Most of, if not all, the homeless that we see here in Southern Oregon, it is very prevalent here, in the streets, they're akin to drug addiction. And most of these homeless addicts prefer living on these streets because they don't want to be told by anyone what they should or should not do, or want to be able to take their drug and their drink and their alcohol when they want to. They've told me this as a psychiatric nurse. Why do you keep coming back in here? They tell you what you want to hear and get you out, and then they're back at it. They have a place. Oh, okay. Anyway, I want to give some examples of some things. UCAN was right across from where I work presently. Used to be on Manzanita and 7th. We had a lot of paraphernalia out, a lot of feces, and the same thing in a hotel in Washington where they were required to have a certain percentage living. Can I please finish with this example?
I'm sorry, everybody gets 3 minutes. You know, if somebody's finishing a sentence, I allow some leeway, but not a whole example.
Okay,
Sorry,
well,
you
it's a
can
very
always
short
write
example.
to the council and give more information. We're not making any decision tonight.
Okay. Can I write to you with
Yes.
some of this stuff? Because I think it's very important.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on the website, but it's mayorcouncil@grantspassoregon.gov. If anybody wants to send an email, it'll go to the full council that way.
Okay, and you'll be voting on this when?
Uncertain, but not,
Okay.
there's no final decisions on anything being made tonight.
All right, thank you.
Nathan Miller, then Matt Gunyon.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathan Miller. I live in the city. You might remember me. I was invited to be a panelist up here about 2 months ago for the Housing Barriers panel. I think most of you were here at that. Just a few days after that panel, we completed the construction of some high-density workforce housing right in downtown, about a block away from the Elks Lodge. 8 households now have housing that previously did not, and I feel that's a huge success for our city center. I also own and operate a software company downtown that pays about 3 times the average wage in our area, and we want to attract more employees here. Raising our median wages in this area is one of the best answers to our local housing crisis, and locating a low-barrier shelter downtown dramatically harms that effort. That solution might be 1 step forward, but it's 3 steps backwards for our city. Placing a low-barrier shelter in the heart of our city will make it harder, maybe impossible, to attract tech employees to our city center. Tech companies like ours are in a prime spot to leave metro areas and relocate to areas like our city. For the quality of life that our city can bring them and their employees, but it's much less likely to happen here if we place a shelter downtown. A downtown shelter may also negate all the positive progress that's recently been made in that area of town. Citizens, a lot of them here tonight, have invested their life savings in improving properties next to and around the Elks Lodge. I agree, something needs to be done. There's people and families currently experiencing homelessness, and those willing to accept help should be given it. But it cannot be done in haste, and it has to consider our businesses and our tourists. I implore this council to follow the example of Rogue Retreat, Medford, Ashland, Bend, and almost every other city in our region, and locate a minimal facility that offers safe camping and services outside of our downtown and tourist areas. Ideally, it's on the edge of town, not the center of it. It needs to be basic, so it does not become an attraction for people to want to travel here. Word spreads quickly, and if our shelter goes above and beyond the minimum requirements, people will travel here for it. As a downtown business owner, I really respect what you're trying to do, and I want to be part of the solution. I would love it if the city formed a task force, a roundtable, anything, and included the downtown businesses in that process so we can all participate in a solution that works for the entire community. This shouldn't be a closed doors meetings, and it shouldn't only involve the city and all care and a small group of people. It should involve the community, and will have to involve the community to get buy-in and support that it really needs to succeed. Thank you.
Matt, think it's Gunyon, and then Judy Ahrens.
Pretty close. Matt Guyman.
Okay.
I am a resident of Grants Pass, also a small business owner. And a lot of what I was going to say has been said, and I don't want to just kick a dead horse here, but I will say I do feel sorry for you as a council. Something that hasn't been mentioned that I've been trying to learn about. I know there's a lawsuit against Grants Pass with regards to the homeless shelter, and I know there was an appeal made that was recently shut down by the District 9 court. So you guys are in a tough position as a city council, and I recognize that. I guess I'll just talk to a couple of points. I think we all agree that we want to help the homeless. And I don't know that it's as simple as saying that people are making bad choices and it's all on them. I sympathize with the woman who was crying for the people that she knows that are homeless and going through difficult situations. And it's still something that I'm trying to figure out myself. But I think, as Nathan just said, we need more community involvement. Two things why I'm against the shelter, putting it on K Street. First, it seems the decision to make the building a shelter was made with little to no input from the homeowners and business owners of that neighborhood. And it's my understanding that many citizens first found out about these plans, I think Saturday night, Sunday morning. At best, this seems to be a significant oversight by those involved in planning, and at worst, it seems a blatant disregard for the tax-paying citizens of the city, especially those most affected by this decision. And then second, as already has been stated, low barrier shelters, as the name implies, lack requirements asked of residents. No chores, no curfews, no background checks, no sobriety. This makes it welcoming for the homeless, but it does invite some potentially dangerous environment for the surrounding families and businesses. I'm very familiar with the many references made to the Rogue Retreat and its shelters in the Medford area. And I'm familiar with the successes that are touted. I'd like to share some additional data that I've found regarding homeless shelters. According to a recent study from Portland State University, crime in and around homeless camps and shelters is 3 times more concentrated than the rest of the city. Another study conducted in Denver by the Urban Institute found that crime rates in areas near shelters were not significantly higher than areas without shelters, which is interesting. However, there was a significantly higher rate of crime, including disorderly conduct, violent crime, and total crime within 500 feet of the housing. I know that doesn't sound like much, but a quick glance at a map shows that there's more than 20 businesses and 40 homes within 500 feet of that shelter. So just to conclude, I read a quote recently that said, and it's a very wise quote, it was in our voting pamphlet, it basically said, let me read it here. Basically, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. We have 2 ears so we can listen. And I just hope that you as a council will listen to the citizens and involve the citizens and that we can work together to find a better solution than putting this in downtown. Thank you.
Judy Ahrens, and then Vivian Kirkpatrick Pelger.
Good evening, City Council. Judy Ahrens, resident of Josephine County. I want to start with an item about when I was growing up. In my family, my parents, they taught me to be thoughtful. And that's something I've been trying to carry through my whole life. And why I'm bringing that up to all of you is because the people that are sitting out here tonight who have waited an hour and 15 minutes to get through of your other agenda before they are business people, their fathers that brought their daughters. And you used to be, when I've been coming to these council meetings years ago, prior, you used to have the public comments first. I would strongly suggest being thoughtful and doing that in the future. So these people who are here that have businesses, have to get home, have a lot of things to do, including the ones that are outside here waiting in the cold weather, unfortunately. That would be a very, very thoughtful thing for you to do in the future when it comes to these items. I would like you to reconsider that. Now, based on this item here, where most of them are here because they don't want that Elks Lodge, downtown, you've heard all the good comments, the property will be devaluated, all sorts of things. So I don't have to repeat what they said. They said it all to you. What you have to do is to take it to heart and be thoughtful in saying this is a bad idea, bad for our community, bad for our city. Let's think. And just talking about the homeless, so-called homeless. A lot of them I have interviewed, Chief, I have interviewed a lot of them. They're leaving trash. I think I've even brought 6 months ago or 3 months ago 4 bags of big boxes, big bags of black trash and trash bags. Half sandwiches, half thrown away salads. These people aren't hungry. I'm going to let you know, some of them are, but a lot of these people aren't hungry. They leave their mats and their junk out here in front of I think the fire department the other day. I don't know what their problem is. They just want to exist, but they want to exist in our little community. So what I'm telling you, basically, a lot of them come from out of state. We should do what DeSantis said, and if they come from out of state, take them back. We would be willing to pop in $5 or $10 to get them on a bus and send them back where they came from, because a lot of them came here at 2 o'clock in the morning on buses. Trust me, you might be smiling and everything, but the ones that I've interviewed, they're from Nevada, they're from Portland, they're from all over. So I'm just telling you, we need to do better than that. So please listen to these people who have given up their time to come here tonight. They have a lot of things to do. Trust me, if you want to interview them, they're sitting here, but they've been sitting here for an hour and 15 minutes while you took care of other business. And in the future, be thoughtful and take care of their business first, because they represent this community. Thank you.
Vivian, and then Linda Rice.
Vivian Kirkpatrick Pilger, and I live in Josephine County. I do not live in the city. I do own property in the city, and I pay taxes like I told you before. I'm not going to repeat what everyone said here, but I'm going to tell you some personal experiences that I have experienced while volunteering across the street from the courthouse in a small building with a lot of political signs in the windows. And I volunteered there for approximately 8 years. And in the first few years, I never had any problems. And recently in the last few months, we've had a homeless man sleeping underneath the window of my office in the planter that the police had to come and roust and eventually arrested because he resisted them, and it was quite a scene, and they had to take him. And I have pictures of that if you'd like them. And then we had another homeless man who decided to pack and unpack his belongings which blocked our front door. And I had to move him along. That took about an hour. Then we had another guy who came to the front door, obviously homeless, and he looked like some kind of maniac, but he grabbed our front door rail and he shook it and he growled. And then he opened it and came inside and he growled. There was 3 of us in there, and he just growled at us. And we didn't know what that meant, but I asked him to leave, and he growled at me, and I just pointed at the door and said, "Out," and he obeyed, which was amazing. But anyway, those are 3 experiences in the last few months, which I never had to experience before here. And I've lived in Grants Pass for 12 years, and I used to go down to the park to feed the ducks, which I'm not sure I'm allowed to do, but I did. Anyway, I went down to the Riverside Park. I can't go down there anymore because you don't know what you're going to step on or in, and it's a pretty scary place to be. And I'd like to know why we allow that to happen. I'm sure you guys have lawsuits and all kinds of crazy things going on, but why do we allow that to happen when there's a lot of people with children who could really enjoy that park? And I know there's broken people in this world. I've had them in my family. I've had my homeless brother who lived with me for about 1.5 years, and he was a substance abuser. I asked him not to do that in my home when I wasn't home and I was at work. To keep that roof over his head, he was abusing drugs in my house. So it was a difficult situation, and so I eventually had to ask him to leave. So I understand how these people end up on the street. I understand the family situations with them, but I don't want you to put a homeless shelter in the middle of our city that will draw more people. If you build it, they will come. Thank you.
Linda Rice. Then I have Tom Shekels.
Good evening. My name is Linda Rice. I am a resident here and have been here. I own a home, I own property, I pay taxes since 1985, off and on. 1985, I arrived here, and it was desolate. It has grown. The historic district downtown is, superseded with amazing activities for tourism, for our community. Additionally, along with the growth since '85 of downtown and its beautification, comes homelessness and drug addiction, as it does in each and every city throughout the United States and the world. It's not going away. Homelessness and drug addiction is not going away. There are folks who have lived in our community on the streets for years, and yes, who do not like to follow rules. And there are those who are living in the streets, with children who need homes. The mission has been a blessing. The mission is huge, and but does not have the ability to accommodate all of the homeless people who come in from different other communities for jobs here, such as the picking, the pot farms, that kind of thing, a lot of human trafficking. That's not going away. It will only grow. So we need a place for folks to, to land so that they can get help. We have a great police force who is here. I pay taxes, so I know that they, receive well-funding, employment, and they have helped significantly with a lot of the homeless activities here. I am a proponent for the Elks Lodge. We need to have a source and some availability for people to work with them in a site so that they can be transitioned out or transitioned to homes, but they need somewhere safe. And I will say more in an email. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for all of your consideration.
I have Tom Shekels, then Ray Guile.
Tom Shekels, I live in Grants Pass. I'd like to thank the council members for the opportunity to speak. I believe in the downtown where you can walk with your family. When I was a kid, the local businesses had a special spot in my heart. We used to ride our bicycles down to the pharmacy to be able to have phosphates. We used to get together as a group, go to the Rogue Theater and watch movies. As an adult, we go down to Sandy's Candies and get Blind George's popcorn. I meet up with my friends now and we'll get a pint at OPA. These things are important. I have a unique perspective. I put value in the downtown industry jobs. Growing up here, I watched the industry change from logging to tourism. In my opinion, we could have retooled the workforce better. In my younger days, a home in a cul-de-sac was not appealing. The city lights and the bustle of it was exciting. Our downtown is an area of opportunity for the young generation. Sorry. Yeah. A lease sign and a little storefront is like a young person's dream. Let's create a safe environment for our younger adults to have opportunity. With that said, something needs to be done. We need to find a different location for the homeless shelter. It takes a community to solve problems. Don't shut us out. The downtown area should be protected as if it was the heart of the city, because it is.
Ray, and then Deb Harpster.
Good evening. My name is Ray Guile. I'm a resident of the downtown area and also a business owner with my wife. Mayor and council members, thank you for having us here. Most people have already spoken to about everything I was going to hit on. But one thing, they're building, they've already built a Airbnb right across the street from the dance studio, which is bringing in tourists to this area to go down to G Street and do the shopping, and it's a wonderful place. Me and my wife walked down from there, down to G Street in the middle of the night, and I don't have any issues with it. We have had our issues with homeless in that area. When we first moved in down at the 5th and Bridge, there used to be like a little encampment right there on the corner where they would do drugs and hang out. A lot of the residents on 5th Street started calling the police, and the police figured out, hey, there's a problem here, and they fixed it. We haven't had that problem. We still have, every once in a while, coming through the alley, homeless here and there, and yeah, the same stories that you've just heard. But that same company that built that bed and breakfast or Airbnb across the street is building one catty corner across the street right now. Man, all the tourists that are coming here, and that's what they see. I'm an advocate for helping the homeless. I'm also an advocate for helping people who want to help themselves. If they're not willing to help themselves, what are we doing? We're just enabling them to do whatever they want to do, and we're helping them to do it. The last thing I'd like to say, I know I'll give my time to the next person, but all it's going to take is one of those little kids, something to happen to those one little kid, and this is going to backfire. Somebody had mentioned earlier, Vancouver, Washington, they did this same thing. In 18 months, it blew up in their face because the crime rate just exploded because of the people they were bringing into the shelter. The same people were trying to help. Thank you.
All right, I have Deb, then Matt Morse.
Gotta lower it, lower. Hi, thank you for all you do. No matter whether we are proponents or opponents of tonight's discussion, I feel compelled to reiterate, number one, that in September of 2018, the Ninth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals, and their jurisdiction is 15 Western states, Guam and Hawaii, ruled that as long as there is no option of sleeping indoors, the government cannot criminalize indigent homeless people for sleeping outdoors on public property on false premise that they have a choice in the matter. I bring this up to show my strong support of your commitment to develop low-barrier shelter and navigation centers in Grants Pass. In my opinion, fear drives those of us in the community who see putting people on buses and shipping them off to some other place as the solution to removing unauthorized encampments on public property. Instead of identifying shelter options, and I repeat, plural, options, with a focus on helping individuals and families access social and health services, the blame and shame game is played. Quote, they're all druggies. They choose to live this way. They don't want to be helped or get a job, and it is all, of course, your fault. Well, the truth be told, only when there are shelters available and people have a choice in the matter will it be against the law to sleep outdoors, including the public parks. By creating diverse models of temporary shelters along with case management and support of mental health and addiction treatments, the cost of homelessness has been shown to be substantially reduced. If our community is not willing to work together to provide safe emergency shelters for those who are homeless, then we are definitely not part of the solution. We are the problem. And I just want to say that we keep coming back and back. Urban campground, call it navigation center, warming center, shelters, pallet shelters. I ask everybody here, especially those of you who say no to this and have said no to every other one that's been brought up, what do you suggest? Where are we as a community but not to gather and and just make it happen. And it's not just one thing to happen. There are options, there are many things, because there's not one problem. Thank you.
Matt, please refrain from the applause, please. Matt Morse and then Mike Pelfrey.
My name's Matt Morsa. I'm not here representing myself. I live in the county. I'm here representing my 85-year-old mother who is out of state, welcoming 2 more great-grandchildren into the world. My mom raised 6 children in a less than ideal household. She's had every job imaginable, from selling want ads in newspapers, being a waitress as we were growing up. She was a supervisor at the DMV, where we lived in Southern California for 15 years. After retiring, she bought an old folks home because she felt that was her calling from God, was to work with older people and help them transition. After working that for 10 years, she sold it, and not long after, she moved here. For the last 25 years, my mother has made it her life's goal to take care of the elderly. She just retired 2 months ago. She lives a couple of blocks down the street here. My mother has become a prisoner in her own home after dedicating her entire life to helping others. She used to go to the park to Riverside and have a sandwich and read a book. But she's accosted. People banging on her windows, asking her for money. She used to walk around the neighborhoods here. She felt, well, the police department's not too far from here. The courthouse, Ann Basker, that should be safe. I should come to 6th Street and feel safe. She does not feel safe. Her landlord just installed a camera outside of her front door because the homeless have decided it's a good place to hang out. She is not safe in Grants Pass. And I know where you guys are coming from. I had a brother who was a drug addict for 7 years. Now, he was blessed with a family that was willing to stand there and help, to have his back. But I've done my research. It is fantasy that any homeless campground, homeless facility ever changes the homeless issue in a city. It has never happened. Go online, you will not find one example. All the homeless problem does is increase. It brings more people here. And after my mom's 85 years, 65 working, if she goes out of here because she got a broken hip because some lunatic in front of the Ann Baskers pushed her down or has accosted her, that woman should not end her life with assault from a homeless person. So I think it's time for Grants Pass to stand up and say no to homelessness, that we will not accept it here. That if you're going to be accountable, we will help you. Everybody else either needs to be locked up. The sheriff said it to me early this year. He said, Matt, out of 1,200 citations written, only 2 people asked for drug rehab. Thank you to 110. All of these things need to change, but Grants Pass needs to stand up and say no.
All right. Hey, no clapping, no applause. We've got Mike Pelfrey and then Catherine Vanderpool.
Hi, I'm Mike Pelfrey, city resident, and someone that has, I would say, been on the front line since I moved here with the homeless issue, because I live right across from Tussing Park. And unfortunately, I deal with some type of homeless problem every day. I do have cameras at my house. I've sent pictures to the chief. I had a homeless person in his sock feet and underwear in the crawl space or the front porch of my house like a caged animal going back and forth. Is that what you want to see in the downtown area? And then I find it interesting that you state that this particular, what you call a navigation center, I think what that's going to do is it's going to navigate a lot more homeless people to the city of Grants Pass. So that you got the right word. It is going to be a navigation center, but I don't think it's the same proper usage that you intended it to be. But most importantly, what I find is that you talk about these people that are camping in our parks and that this is going to relieve that. So my question is, where are they going to go? If they're in our parks right now, are they just going to come where? To the navigation center and hang out in downtown, sit around our curbs and yell at children when they come out of their dance class? Is that what we want? Is that the vision that you people have for this city? Because if it is, I'm sorry, but you are failing. And when I say failing, I mean miserably failing. That's why there's a recall for most of you. You know, again, I could sit here and describe some of the things that I've come across. I use my phone as a weapon, and because if I don't, you know, it's just like you sitting here listening to us. I would venture to say that several of you, and I could probably point out a few, probably are not really paying attention to the citizens, because I can tell that by the way this was actually introduced to the public. You know, instead of having this as a discussion and as a conversation, I remember maybe a couple months ago, a gentleman came up here and said, well, wait, maybe the community should get involved. Well, the community did get involved. This chamber held a bunch of citizens. I was one of them. Several of you were one of them. And you know what came out of that? Nothing. You know what came out of that? Nothing. Because you know what you did? You didn't get the citizens back in here and get them involved. What you're trying to do is you're trying to sneak something through so that you can appease the homeless. The homeless do not need appeasing. They're just like well, at least a lot of them that have drug issues. If you go to any recovery meeting and talk to a person that has any amount of recovery in their system, you know what they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you that when my family got out of our way and quit helping me, meaning helping me to death, that's when I was able to find my recovery. So, absolute no on this Elks Lodge, period.
Catherine Vanderpool, then Sylvia Marr.
I'm short. Catherine Vanderpool, I live in the county. I have a business that's 57 years old. I have another business that's 14 years old. I lived in Humboldt. They did what you're trying to do. It was a failure, an abysmal failure. So I'm telling you now, I took my business, both of them, and moved them here. I took all of my revenue out of there. If you want businesses to leave, you're on the right track.
Sylvia Marr, then Eric Solomon.
Okay, hi, my name is Sylvia. I'm a lifelong resident of Josephine County. I want to thank you all for being here, and I appreciate your transparency and your willingness to spend your whole night listening to these comments. Get ready for some groans. I'm in favor of the proposed housing shelter at the former Elks Lodge. People are suffering on our streets every day, and I'm so grateful that we have leaders like you, our mayor and our city council, who care enough to make an effort to help these people. I've heard too many people in this town, in this room, and a lot who are on the ballot right now say that these people have chosen to be homeless and that they don't deserve assistance or services. I believe that no one deserves to be living on the street, and the lack of compassion in our community disheartens me greatly. I didn't think I needed to say it, but no one wants to live on the street. Opening this shelter would be a necessary show of how wonderful and caring our town can be, and a rejection of treating people as if they are less than. The wealth gap in our county is shocking, I'm sure you all know. I've interacted with many folks who don't have stable housing, and they are some of the most generous and hardworking people I have ever met. Many of these folks I met when my church opened one of the only cooling shelters in town on days when it was over 100 degrees. Mayor Bristol was there, thank you, and over 100 people visited the shelter in the 12 days it was open. It's not easy to live on the street, and if you think it is, I urge you to try it. I also urge you to try and get a job when you don't have access to a bathroom or a shower. How do you expect people to get back on their feet when the police are consistently harassing them and taking their possessions? If you want people to contribute to society, you need to provide them the opportunities to do so. Many of these folks are veterans and people facing mental health challenges, and I find it disgusting to hear people say that these groups don't deserve our support. I'm confused by people who claim to support our troops but have no compassion for homeless veterans. If you want to make our city safer and cleaner, what better way than to get them off the street and into housing and treatment centers? We already have drug problems and trash problems, and complaining about undeserving transients hurting the community doesn't help. What will help is a shelter. And I just want to add that I've been harassed plenty of times by what you may consider upstanding and society-contributing men in our community. Not one of them was homeless. I want to commend all the volunteers in the food bank and UCAN and All Care and all those who are actually working to address this problem, and you all, not simply speaking up when a solution is proposed. I agree, say no to homelessness, say yes to housing. I urge your support for this shelter, and thank you immensely for leading the example and being good neighbors.
Eric Solomon, and then Richard Emmons.
Well, my name is Eric Solomon. I'm a Grants Pass resident and downtown business owner, and I'm going to make everybody happy because I'm going to be brief. We just need to take in the long-term economic effect this is going to have on Grants Pass. This is where our downtown retail district, this is where families walk, this is where people shop and dine, this is where the visitors to our city come. Are we going to send them all away with this view of Grants Pass? Less tourism, less hotel business, less people coming here. There is job loss. There are businesses closing it's a much bigger picture than this. I agree with everybody. This is a problem. It needs to be addressed. But this is not the answer. I applaud action being taken, but this particular one is destroying too much of what Grants Pass means. Thank you.
Richard Emmons, then Ruth Sears.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff. Appreciate this time to talk to you. I want to make a few points about this proposed purchase, and I just want to bring to your attention your own document, the City of Grants Pass Strategic Plan of 2022. And I just want to make the case that going forward with this purchase would really not support many of your strategic objectives for 2022. It was a year ago in November of 2021 when you had the community come in and discuss with you what the goals should be for 2022, and then you all and staff created this document. So I want to go through these quickly. One of them is the very first one, enhance community safety, and objective 4 is to enhance a safe and secure environment, to locate this proposed facility so close to the downtown area, so close to the dance studio, would definitely not enhance and support that particular objective. You have provide cooperative shared leadership involving council, staff, and community. This decision to put forth this offer was done in executive session. It didn't involve the community to talk about this specific approach. And then encourage economic opportunities. That's one of your strategic objectives. And objective number 1 is to facilitate an environment to encourage business prosperity and economic opportunities. Doing this in the downtown area simply goes completely against that, as you've heard many examples of that tonight. And then objective 2, enhance the commercial district to create quality shopping and dining experiences. It's just hard to imagine having this facility there that allows people to utilize drugs and alcohol and so forth, come inside for services, and then come back out into the city would meet that objective. And then you have facilitate sustainable and manageable growth, facilitate a managed urban campground. This approach goes directly against that. From what I understand, the city would purchase and operate this building. So I just want to encourage you all to utilize the same process, get community input this November. You're having a meeting later this month. Make this part of your 2023 strategic plan based on community input. 30 seconds left. Really quick. For 40 years, the Grants Pass Gospel Rescue Mission has provided Christ care and commitment to responsible homeless people here in Josephine County. It hasn't been an easy road. I've served on that board for 22 of those years, and what we've learned is that what's called a high barrier really helps them. Giving up cigarettes, 2 packs a day, say $600 a month, that can go toward an apartment.
All right. Next up, Ruth Sears and then Kyla McCormick.
Hi, my name is Ruth Sears. I live in Josephine County for about 35 years, and I have a business owner, a property owner in the city of Grants Pass. And I strongly oppose putting a shelter for homeless people in the Elks building. June of last year, I bought the old Vitality Center building on 4th and L. That is the same block as the Elks building. If you know your Grants Pass geography, the Vitality Center building and the Elks building are that entire block. And bought it intending it for a dance studio, an event center, and a performance space. Have had so much enthusiastic support for the project and for my vision. So many people are interested in using the space for theater events, for receptions, for parties, ballroom classes. I've got nothing but excitement when I talk to people about my plans for that building. I will have spent $1.5 to $2 million on renovations on the Vitality Center building. We're putting in a fire sprinkler system. We're putting in more restrooms. We're putting in all new electrical wiring, HVAC, making everything ADA compliant throughout the entire building. If you do any drive-bys, you see we're pouring concrete, making concrete ramps for accessibility into that building so it can be utilized for the entire community for all kinds of parties and dance classes and movie nights and all the things. I intend this to be a legacy for my community and to revitalize that end of Grants Pass. By the way, when I bought that property, there were needles in the yard. There was human excrement in the yard. We experienced break-ins, vandalism, and theft. And since we've been actively working on renovating the building, it has cleaned up considerably. There are still people hanging around, but it's a whole lot better than it was. I would really like to make this a community center and a destination for locals and out-of-towners alike. We'll have things that will appeal to people who are just passing through. If you put a homeless shelter in the Elks building, approximately 20 feet from my property, that will kill my entire project. Thank you. People need to feel safe downtown.
Kyla McCormick, and then Dorothy Frazier.
Hi, my name's Kyla, and I'm a fourth-generation Grants Pass resident. I'm a granddaughter, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, and I'm a friend. I'm also an addict in long-term recovery. I want to stand here in front of you guys tonight and the community and assure them that there are many of us in recovery that are willing to help with the shelter. We plan on coming together as a recovery community to help the houseless population when they are at the shelter to gain access and the correct resources for their needs to help them get on their feet again. But we cannot do that if they do not have a safe place to sleep at night. I encourage everyone attending tonight to educate themselves on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. These human rights should be considered when building a shelter. According to the hierarchy of needs listed by the American Psychological Association, the first tier of human needs are the physiological needs such as food, water, warmth, and rest. As we as humans cannot move to the second tier, resources, security, and safety, if we do not have the first tier completed. The low barrier shelter will give the high-risk houseless community a chance to gain access to these resources, and many of us in recovery will be there to assist them with this. 6 years ago, I myself was released from a jail in a neighboring county. It was 32 degrees and it was 4 a.m. I had no jacket, no phone, and I was scared to be on the streets as a young woman that was in freezing cold weather. A police officer told me to go to the shelter across the street. At this shelter, they showed me love, compassion, and kindness. They gave me a jacket and a mat to sleep on. I woke up and they fed me. I was safe for the night, and I did not commit any new crimes trying to get warm. They were the first people that treated me like I was a human and that my life mattered in a very long time. That shelter was a stepping stone in my recovery that led me to the correct resources and assisted me in making better decisions for my life. They showed me that humanity still existed and that it was okay that I had an addiction and mental health struggle, and they did not turn me away. Connection is the opposite of addiction. Today I stand in front of you with 5 years, 2 months, and 8 days clean. I'm a university student, a co-worker, and a wife to a husband that is in recovery as well. I want to ensure the public that I do not condone criminal behavior and that I do not want to enable anyone, but I do know how to approach this situation with compassion and understanding. My purpose in sharing this with you all tonight is to broaden the knowledge I have with working in the underserved population and my personal experience for what worked for me. A shelter would be a huge benefit to navigating the care for the houseless population that may struggle with addiction and mental health issues. I want to ensure the community that there's many of us in the recovery community that work at community agencies with a vast number of resources. Thank you.
All right, we have Dorothy, and then I have another form for Brent. Did he leave? I think he already spoke. I just have 2 papers for him. Is Dorothy still here? Okay. How about Joseph Rice and then Holly Morton?
Good evening, Joseph Rice, Josephine County. Vancouver, Portland, Salem, Eugene, the homeless crisis is continuing to move south. There's a difference between compassion and enabling. You sit up there as representatives, and I think it's been very clear tonight that this community is not against a homeless shelter or showing compassion to the homeless. They're against where it's being located or being proposed to be located, something I think everyone wants to hear clearly. I understand there's pressure from a lawsuit and you're looking for a quick fix. This seems like a golden opportunity, but it's the wrong one. There are 80 agencies in Josephine County that address homelessness. I would challenge if this council has reached out to one of them or has coordinated with one of them. 80 registered agencies. The Copeland property, the proposed water treatment plant, there is your homeless camp. There is where you can show compassion, provide a place for the homeless to rest in safety. The military has surplus tents. I'm happy to get you as many as you need. We have watched concerts in the park move because of the threat area. You've heard about the drug use. The parks are no longer safe. I've talked to city employees that spend 2.5 to 3 hours every day picking up drug paraphernalia out of our parks. Portland spent $3.2 million on hotel vouchers for homeless last year because they put an ordinance in place that no shelter could turn away anybody. Within this past week, riding a motorcycle into town, I had a homeless gentleman, whatever event he was suffering, jump out against the traffic, almost dump my motorcycle. Coming in here tonight, I watched the police on the Parkway and 199 make a turn, stop, throw on the lights, and the 2 people homeless in the corner there ran through the traffic saying, they've caught us, they're gonna come arrest us. I have to give a shout out to that man right there. Chief Hensel and his department is doing a phenomenal job because they've literally been handcuffed by Oregon statute and they have no enforcement authority. They have to deal with these issues daily, hourly. We can show compassion, but it can't be in downtown. You're going to kill it.
All right, please refrain from applause. Holly Morton and then Noel Shekels.
Hi, Holly Morton, Josephine County. Just for the record, I'm not in favor of low barrier shelters of any kind. I'm, in favor of people taking some responsibility for their own recovery, and I just think that when you don't require that of them, then they don't do it. I came up from California about 8 years ago, and my business was about 6 blocks down there from a facility. And we couldn't even let people use our restroom because they would be shooting heroin in the restroom and that kind of thing. And it was frightening. We finally just decided, you know what, we got to get out of here. We came up and we looked, and this was this beautiful little town. So we moved up here, and I have, since I've been here, watched one failed experiment after another, honestly. And I think this would be yet another failed experiment. We have to be very careful. This is a beautiful little town. It's not that we don't care about homeless people. There's a time and a place for everything. We need to put homeless people in a place where they can recover without affecting the rest of the community so negatively. I've got 2 beautiful little grandchildren whom I adore, and they live blocks away from where this facility would be, and I'd be frightened for them. I'd be terrified for them. I work about a block from here. I'm a volunteer. I now work between 40 and 50 hours a week for this community because I truly care about this community and I want only the best for it. We are so frightened sometimes in that office. People come in the door and we've had to put a flip lock on it, so if we see somebody really scary coming, we try to figure out how to get them out and flip the lock. We had a guy come in not too long ago and he seemed pretty nice. He was clean. He told us he'd been clean for a while and we were really excited for him. We've got a form which is a community resource guide, and he had a lot of problems. I called down to the gospel mission and got him an appointment to go down there. We gave him the community resource guide, told him where he could get some different kinds of help. We gave him a little bit of money. We gave him food. We gave him water. He looked like he really wanted to take care of himself. Next time we saw him, he was absolutely elated. He had gone up the street. He got a card for $900. He was so excited. He was going to have food and all that. And the very next time we saw him, he was loaded out of his mind, scared the wits out of us, and we had to kick him out and practically had to call the police to get him out of our facility. We need to realize that many of these people are really, really sick and creating ways that they can continue to ruin their lives amidst the rest of us who are trying so hard just to make our beautiful little city livable for everyone. We have to have a balance. These guys need to be away from the city. Thank you.
Noel Shekels, then Sydney Mitchell.
Good evening, everybody. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. In World War II, ended in 1945. My parents, living in Los Angeles, gathered up my 2 older sisters and put them in the car and came up to Grants Pass, Oregon. Tough to make a living back then when it was like 6,000 or 7,000 people, but he did it. I grew up in a remodeled fishing cabin close to the Caveman Bridge. I've been a citizen of Grants Pass for a long time, and I love this place. And I love the Elks Club too. So listen, I think we need to look at this as a global problem. We have a homeless crisis, and we need to solve it, and we need to not ignore it. And I think we can come up with a good solution to solve it. If we proceed, first of all, the state has mandated that we need about 1,000 beds to house the homeless people. Okay, that's a lot of beds. The Elks Club will produce about 100 beds, the way I understand it. That's 1/10 of what we need here. It's just a Band-Aid on a gushing, bleeding, broken arm. It's not enough. So what happens is we do this Elks Club, we're building a beautiful Hilton hotel for the homeless in downtown Grants Pass. Really going to be attractive, and it will be wildly successful. It will successfully fill up, and it will successfully bring a lot of new people to our town, homeless people that heard about this facility, and it's a star of Oregon. It's not the solution, because you're going to be adding, now we get audited by the state of Oregon. Instead of our quota being 1,000 beds we need to look to try and achieve, now it's 7,500 beds. How are we going to do that? I think I have a solution to solve the housing crisis for these folks, and I think that we need to put together a panel of people to discuss this. If you take a row of 20 tents, 50 deep, that's 1,000 beds. That will solve it, but it won't solve. This is just going to create a myriad of problems, and it's going to be a big black hole in the center of Grants Pass, and it's going to suck tourism down the drain. It's going to suck new development down the drain. It's going to suck our local businesses down the drain. I'm all for a warming center. I'm all for this concept. It needs to be on the outskirts of town, and it needs to be done right. I think we can solve the problem, but the Elks Club is a no-go, and the opposition you've seen tonight is just not even the tip of the iceberg. If it goes forward, there's going to be tidal waves of problems, and it's going to sink the town that we worked hard to build a good image for. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope we can turn this down when it votes on the 16th, the way I understand it, of November. So hope you guys vote no for this, and let's get a solution. Thank you.
I have Sydney Mitchell, then Vanetta Berlinski.
Hi, I'm Sydney Mitchell, and thank you for being here. I live in Josephine County, and I own and operate a business in downtown Grants Pass. I chose Grants Pass because it's an amazing small town that feels safe and wonderful. I have another business currently in Juneau, Alaska. 40 years ago, Juneau decided to locate an emergency shelter in downtown Juneau, 3 blocks from my business location. So while I support taking care of people in need, I'm here just to share the highlights of what owning a business 3 blocks away from a homeless shelter is like. So for 17 years, I've owned a business in downtown Juneau. Initially, I think that we took care of our local homeless, and it was a good thing. And then Juneau has an amazing level of service that we provide. We're able to provide mental health services. If someone is on the street needing mental health care, we can call and a van shows up with trained people. I mean, we have amazing services. What has happened over time is we have attracted more people to those services. So I'm here to tell you, you can Google. We had 325 homeless people. We created 100 beds, over 100 beds, I think 125. Then we resurveyed homeless people. We have 327. So we didn't reduce our number in that year. More people came to fill the gap. So that's a fact. Owning a business downtown means that every day I have to clean in front of my store. It means that I might have to give food to someone because I'm feeling for them. It means I have to go outside when people are screaming and shouting, and I have to say, what do you need? Can I help you? Or with my phone in my hand in case I have to dial 911. It's really hard. I have had to lock my shop with people coming into my shop, locking the door so that we can be safe from people who are feeling violent at the moment. I have witnessed amazing moments of a violent man who was supported by the community as well. I think these are incompatible uses. I think a downtown is not the place for the homeless shelter. Juneau's moved it 9 miles out of town. I'm here to tell you it's a miracle. It's amazing. People are getting services, and the town is recovering from the grime and You can Google it. You can see videos that would blow your mind. So please don't do it. Thank you.
Vanetta, then Doug Walker.
Hi, my name is Vanetta Berlinski, and I own a business in town on the corner of 4th and L Street. He's standing here for moral support. This is my business partner. I have been there for 37 years, and I honestly never thought I would be in this position to come here and stand and ask for something not to be done in this town. From my window where I sit every day, I have watched the Heartland Dance Center work so hard on their building. I have seen Noel build the Airbnbs. I've seen people, families come and go because I see it all right there. I also see the parking lot for the Elks Lodge. There's a lot that I see out of my window that I don't want to change. The idea of having a homeless shelter there, we have experienced in the last 10 years that we have had to, I have a now no trespass. I've had to call numerous times. I've had people sleeping on my doorstep. We actually had to spend money and re-landscape to cut down the taller bushes near our building because we would have people sleep there. I have employees come in, and sometimes they get there before I do, which is pretty much all the time. But they will sit in their car because someone's there until I get there and call a no trespass. I can't see where this is going to help us in any way. I can't see where this is a positive thing. I'm wondering, how does this homeless shelter really benefit our city? Everyone has pretty much mentioned everything I was going to say. It would have helped if I could have been first. I just want you to know. But my main question to you is, are we really going to pick the homeless over our children? I have 6 grandchildren, and I would have a very hard time sending them somewhere where there was a homeless shelter nearby. Are we going to choose that over everything that these people have worked for and put so much into? They're still working on it. Right there in that area, that is downtown. I used to walk on my lunch hour. I haven't walked for years because already our neighborhood's not the greatest neighborhood. We've had a SWAT team out in the front. We have literally had 2 overdoses in houses. It's beeping. But we've had 2 overdoses in houses in our area. It's not great. This is just going to make it worse. But everybody there has been really working very hard to take that area and make it great. So hopefully you will really consider this and not do something like this. Thank you.
All right, we have Doug and then Averill Harp.
Doug Walker, Grants Pass resident. Long night, a lot going on tonight. Thank you all for all the hard work you do with all the various issues you deal with, not just this one. So I'm a proponent of housing of all types for Grants Pass, workforce housing, low-income housing, single-family dwellings, all of it. I'm also a proponent of a navigation center that holds people accountable for their behavior, that forces them to transition out and into appropriate lifestyles. I'm not sure of this location and whether I'm in favor of this location, but I am in favor of the hard work you all are doing and the effort you're putting forth to try to create some solutions, because I understand you and most of us don't want what's existing now to continue. And the way to that solution, or way to a solution or to a change in what we have now, is to create a navigation center and other housing as well. And so I'm in favor of something. I'm in favor of working hard at this, and I appreciate what you all do. I'm not certain I'm in favor of this location. I'd like to hear more about it and understand what's proposed about that, for that location itself. Thanks.
Mayor, it's
Yeah.
9 o'clock.
Oh, hang on, we need a quick motion to continue past 9. Go ahead, Rick.
I'd like to make a motion to continue council session past 9 o'clock.
Is there a second? Valerie, thank you. All in favor of extending the meeting beyond 9 o'clock? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll stay.
Hi, my name is Averill Harp. I'm the local director for Child Evangelism Fellowship here in Josephine. We do the Good News Clubs. We have our largest Good News Club right across the street from the Elks Lodge. From October until May, we have 2 bus loads of children every single week, numbering over 100. Last year, we ended with about 120 in our club coming every week. To have these children across the street from a homeless shelter would not only be dangerous and unconscionable, it is just looking for something terrible to happen. Our office is down on M Street, which is nowhere near a homeless shelter, and we've had to put security doors on our office because I've had people who are on meth that were homeless trying to get into it. It was terrifying. We have naked people hosing themselves off in the parking lot in front of our office, drug paraphernalia, okay. So to imagine, last week I had to delay coming to work to wait for the police to take a man who was screaming that he was going to kill someone outside of our office. So we couldn't go, my daughter and I couldn't go to work until they had removed this person. So the idea of having however many beds, 600 I think, I heard that it was proposed to be across the street from where we have children for almost 8 months of the year, is terrifying to me. Please don't do this. I don't think anybody here is trying to not be compassionate to people that are homeless, but this is not the right solution, and I pray that you will really think about this. Thank you.
All right, Dee Mahana and Jeremy Terwilliger. They're no longer with us. Do we still have people in another room?
Jason said they filed in. So.
Okay, everybody's in this room now. Okay, no Dee, no Jeremy. Okay, Bev Walker. And then Bob Wilson.
Hi there, I'm Bev Walker, and I live in the city of Grants Pass in the Southwest District. And I'll try to be quick because this makes me nervous to talk about this. I don't know about this area being, whether it's the best place, and I don't know enough about what's going to be there and how it's going to be run. I've heard a lot of horror stories about how it is currently for people and how they have to shut their doors to avoid crazy people or people with feces and cleaning up feces and so forth. And that's what's currently happening. And we don't have a shelter right now. So maybe if people have a place to go, they will have a place to poop, for one thing, and shower and so forth and everything. Another thing is, there's a book that's written recently in the summer, this last summer. It's called The Fight to Save the Town, and it's Reimagining Discarded America. And there's 4 places that are highlighted in this book, and Josephine County is one of them. And it's about places that have dysfunctional systems in place, and some things that rise up out of it. And one of the places that was highlighted was called it's called Lawrence, Massachusetts, and there's a Mayor Rivera of that town, and he keeps a whiteboard in his office where he has meetings and so forth. And on the whiteboard it says, "Do something. Can we do it today? Stop explaining the problem. Start explaining the solution. Keep your head up." And so, City Council, I love the fact that you are working on the solution. I hear a lot of people standing up here and saying, this isn't the solution, but they're not giving a whole lot of solutions. And I feel like anything you do is better than what we have now. So, thank you. I appreciate you.
Bob Wilson, and then Clint Scherf. Is Bob still here? Okay, Dee, yeah, come on up.
My name is Dee Mahana, and I live in the county. And
I'm here because I believe that shelter is a basic human right, and it's obvious that there's a lot of unsheltered people living in cars and alleys and parks. It is my experience that once people are safely sheltered and fed, that they can begin recovering from the life experiences that have caused them to be unhoused. I'm here to support efforts to provide shelter for unhoused in our community. Violence and drugs are already here. I hear a lot of blaming of these conditions on people who are unhoused, and I think that's a real unjust approach. Many of these people are working and have jobs that are unhoused. They cannot afford to live in this community. I have taken the time to speak to many of the people that are in tents and in the parks and living in their cars. We have an opportunity here to do something to put people on a path toward recovery. I stood here before you in December on the 5th of 2021, and I spoke to all of you about these issues with great hope, and I still have great hope. I still believe that this is a solvable human condition, and that if enough of us, like those who worked on Foundry Village, it was a dream. We didn't have anything. It happened. It was a vision that people got behind and supported. And now I'm sad, I'm frustrated, I'm disappointed as I've sat here and listened to all this tonight. And I had so hoped that it's been almost a year since I stood here before you before. I had hoped that we'd have made some more progress. Nobody wants this in their neighborhood. Put it in the city, put it in the county. Nobody. We've been looking for places. We've got to address the problem. And we can't just, we're talking about having the feces problems. Well, right now, couldn't we at least provide some bathrooms for people? I've got other comments, but I'll address them.
All right. Bob Wilson? No more Bob. Clint Scherf?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Clint Scherf. I live in Grants Pass. Just wanted to come up and I noticed that the day the courier was here, and I almost bet my lottery ticket right now that they're going to spin this as a bunch of crazy people came up here and said, "Not in my neighborhood again." Well, I would kind of agree with that. It was the first time, maybe the second time. I think you guys are going on like the fourth or fifth time you've tried to do this. I think it's about time you guys listen and maybe understand it's not in my community, is what these people are saying. There might be a solution, but I think you guys keep picking the wrong one. So hopefully you guys will listen to your community, maybe not just throw it off as rhetoric of not in my neighborhood. That's all I got to say. Thanks, guys.
Megan Moritz, and then Taylor Schaefer.
Hello, my name is Megan Moritz, and I'm a mother to many daughters, one of which ran cross-country for Grants Pass High School for 2 years in 2020 and 21. During that time, her team ran through Riverside Park often. After many of the girls on the team were repeatedly harassed, the coach decided not to run them through Riverside Park or even on that side of town anymore. Now it seems the city wants to move the same population to the former Elks Lodge with property adjacent to Heartland Dance Studios location. My youngest daughter attends classes at Heartland. It is not reasonable for the city of Grants Pass to ask her or any of the other young girls to endure that same harassment that has continually happened in our parks. I understand that finding a suitable property for a much-needed shelter is difficult, but this is not it. I ask you to please do better.
Taylor, then John Jones. Is Taylor Schaefer here? All right, John Jones. There he is.
Hi, I'm John Jones. I'm a former school teacher at Grants Pass High School, retiring real estate broker, and somebody that's very, very involved in helping the homeless get themselves back on their feet. I was, up until COVID, a visitor to the OYA, the little youth prison near the county jail. And one thing that those kids had in common with the homeless people that we hear about here is that it did not have a family that many people here have been bragging about how their family has helped them. These guys don't have a family to help them. They need somebody to help them. And that's why I'm involved, and some of these other people are involved in helping the homeless, not just giving them a place to camp so they can do their drugs and do their alcohol, but provide them with counseling and help to get on their way to improving their lives and becoming self-sufficient. You've got a police chief over here that I understand is from Medford, right? Oh, I heard you were from Medford area. My apologies. At any rate, Rogue Retreat over in Medford has got facilities similar to what we hope to have here. Those areas have no more crime, and if you drive by them, they're peaceful. There's not a bunch of homeless people hanging out waiting to get in. That's what's going on over there. Foundry Village. We started Foundry Village a couple years ago. There was a lot of opposition to that. Now that it's there, the people are happy about it. And there's no more crime there than in other parts of town, even though they were homeless. Rogue Retreat has as I understand it, a 40% success rate. Leaving them alone gives them no success rate. This is a way to help those that want to help themselves. Some people have said, well, just send them away. If we're too attractive, they're going to come here. No, these are our people, our local people, our neighbors that have gotten themselves in some kind of trouble. You're going to face NIMBYs. You've got them right here. I don't want them here because it's going to affect my business. They didn't want them up on Northeast 7th, the old clinic building. They didn't want them on Southeast End by the junkyard. They don't want them by Rogue River, Redwood Avenue. You're going to have to make a decision that causes the most help for the least pain. And this may not be the one, but you're going to get opposition wherever you choose to go. And you're just going to have to do it. It's a tough chore, and I admire you for taking it on.
All right. David Heisner, and then Mark Rapley.
Thanks for hearing us. I don't think your job's an easy one. I live in the county, but I pastor the church that's directly across from the Elks Lodge. Our address is 244 Southwest K.
Can you just make sure you're talking to the mic?
Sorry. Our address is 244 Southwest K. It's directly across from the old Elks Lodge. We also have the property at 228. Our biggest concern is for safety. We have all ages concerts at the Eden Ballroom that shares the building with us. Child Evangelism Fellowship sometimes brings 100 kids on 2 buses to our building. Each of our members have a key. We're a little different that way. They often come and go alone. In my opinion, it wouldn't be a whole lot different than putting this facility right next to a school. Our concerns for safety. We already deal with our property being used as a bathroom and used needles and break-ins to our outbuildings, and all the things that come with being downtown, sometimes violent people, and we accept that, and we try to help those people the best we can. And his officers are amazing. When I call the desk, they know who I am and where I'm asking them to go, and his officers always do a great job. I think a solution is definitely needed. I'm hoping that you come up with a better location. That would be really hard on a lot of these kids. Thanks.
Mark? And then David Maltz.
Hello, I'm Mark Rapley. I'm from Rapley Motorsports. I'm on the corner of 5th and J, and I'm approximately a block and a half from the Elks Lodge. I moved into the downtown area, my business, in 2008, October. Prior to Halloween, I was concerned that the downtown area was becoming a ghost town very rapidly. I was the only business that was basically in the area other than the Chocolate Affair and the Historical Society across the street. With that being said, it did become a ghost town in my area, and I found myself patrolling the neighborhood at nighttime because of the tweakers and the homeless people. I've seen lots of people go to jail and prison because of my phone calls. In fact, I called the police department today just to see a general reference of how many times I have called the police. First of all, before I tell you that, I do patrol the area, I do patrol the neighborhood. I'm out there with my dog, my flashlight, my pistol, and a cell phone, and my landline cordless telephone. So I got all the options. I normally don't even have to call the police, but in the last 5 years, it seems I've called the police 52 times. And thank God for our police department, their quick response, and their aggressive team. They do a great job. With that being said, right at the location where they want to do this homeless shelter, I observed a group of homeless people living in a white Dodge van. I noticed that they were parting out bicycles and sifting through their stolen items. I called the police. The police told them to leave. They did not. I called the police the following day, and they finally got them out of there. Where'd they go? They went right in front of my shop. So I was out there taking my dog potty, and they decided they're going to camp out in front of my shop. I ran out there and said, hey, you got 5 minutes to get out of here. I know what you're doing. I'm calling the cops. Well, they left, and they went down the street, down J Street, and this was September 6th and 7th of this year. On the 27th, they decided to go to Snap-on Tools warehouse and steal $21,000. This is a homeless person, $21,000 worth of equipment. This is the same person I tracked from the Elks Lodge to the front of my shop. $21,000. These guys are gacked out on drugs, but they're homeless. Last thing, if I could tell you real quickly, across the street is the Historical Society. I noticed a young lady, homeless, living in their gazebo area.
Mark,
This is
you
before
have
they
your
put
3
fences
minutes.
up. I let it go. I thought, no big deal. I'm just going to let her go. She looks defenseless. The next day, there was 2 men there partying with her. I thought, this is getting out of control. By the 3rd day, there was a dozen men. They were all on drugs, passing that woman around, raping her. I called the police because I didn't want to go out there. It was very dangerous. But these are homeless people. And they're raping people on the street. They're doing it right in front of me. I watched the whole thing. So what is a homeless person?
All right, it's time for somebody else's turn. David Maltz, and then Mark Gatlin.
Hello, my name's David Maltz. I'm a business owner in town here. Yeah, I was just thinking back of a time in my life, probably 28 years ago, where I lived in a car And I'm happy to say I wasn't one of the people that was leaving trash everywhere. I didn't use drugs. It was a time in my life where I guess you could say I needed time to find myself, and I wasn't a bum. I always tried to work for a living. And so, you know, it's hard not to have a heart for the homeless people. So I understand the other side, the people that say, look, we got to help these people. Somebody made the point, though, that, you know, this is just a drop in the bucket as far as what really needs to be done, considering the volumes of people that are here. So I understand, it's hard not to have sympathy for the people that have the businesses in town, and I have to side with them in the sense that if it's really going to degrade their businesses, it's a problem. Now, I haven't done studies myself. I imagine a lot of you have. I haven't seen what it does to a neighborhood. I know we have a homeless mission in town here that helps a lot of people, although they've got a lot of vacancies. A lot of people don't want to go there because there's a lot of rules. So, you know, I don't know if it's just a feel-good thing where you buy a building and put people there and on a dream it's helping people. But to be honest with you, I'm just kind of rambling here, not knowing which side to take entirely, because I see both sides. I see the people that don't want the business there ruining their property. And now crime is a problem here. I have a business fairly close to the park. I've got a big list of things that have been stolen. Just within the last 2 weeks, 3 o'clock in the morning, a guy's outside of my back room, rummaging through my stuff. I go out there and yell at him, and he just kind of walks away. He didn't even seem that bothered by the fact that I was there. So, I don't know, I'm just sharing maybe my 2 cents. I guess you guys are the ones that make the decision. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Mark Gatlin, and then Wade Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good to see you all. I know several of you, and I appreciate it. I'm a former homeless person who stayed at the mission here that was torn down. It was a nasty place, but you know, it was shelter, and you had to obey rules. Otherwise, you weren't allowed to stay. And it was the new mission that they have now is a gem. And what we're looking at here is a population of people, and some people have spoken very eloquently on this. There's a population of people that you're going to move into the downtown. This population are not people that want to help themselves. The people that I've worked with for over 2 decades here are homeless, have told me personally, I don't want to live by their rules. I want to do what I want to do. And so that's why I'm on the street. And so there's a big majority of these folks are those that are lawless, that don't want to do follow the societal norms. They want to do their drugs, they want to rob and steal and pillage and rape. And these are the people that you're going to concentrate downtown. Okay, it's not the people that want to help themselves. The people that want to help themselves are like me. All right, I was homeless, I was on drugs. My wife spoke up here earlier, one of her friends, I believe that was me, she was shielding. Thank you, honey. But I chose not to do that anymore. I wanted help. I was sincere about that. I followed the rules. I got shelter. I got help because I wanted it. And then I became a city councilor twice. That's not a bad transition. You have the mechanism here. It's already here. It's the Gospel Rescue Mission. It takes care of the women and family and children, and it takes care of the men very successfully. They've got an excellent record of helping anybody that wants to help themselves. Those that don't, they don't want to be a part of it. And those are the people that you're going to concentrate downtown and draw. I heard one guy tell me one time, because we used to feed the homeless, feed the hungry is what we fed, downtown from our church for several years. And he said, if you're hungry in Grants Pass, then you ain't looking. We have lots of outreaches to our homeless population. They just need to be sincere about what they want. If they want to live lawlessly, let them live lawlessly outside of our community, not where our children are dancing. Thank you very much.
Wade Elliott, and then Debbie Rice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you tonight. I heard a little bit of chatter earlier tonight about, why did you make everybody wait till the end of the meeting? But I want to thank you for not giving everybody one spokesman in 5 minutes. So thanks for listening to everybody tonight. Recently, I bought a property, my wife and I did, at 141 Southwest Katy Street, which happens to be right across the street from the Elks Lodge. We bought the building, renovated it, believed in and still do believe in what downtown can be. It was a little bit of a rundown part of downtown, but it was close to the historical area. And I really believe that a lot of good progress is being made there. We've sunk our life savings. I know I'm young, so it's not a lot yet, but at the time, this is all I got. And I'm concerned about what this is going to do to the value of the property. My wife is a physical therapist, and the little kids in pink tutus, that's quite the image, and I'm sure they'll get a lot of run time in the papers. But my wife is a physical therapist, and she focuses on pregnant and postpartum women. Does a really great job. And from what I've seen, having 3 kids myself, that time is a time where, a couple weeks before and after you give birth is when you need to feel safest and most supported and secure. I'm really concerned that having that facility right next to ours is going to be impactful, and it may or may not make people feel safe and want to be there at that time in their life. So, of course, I guess I kind of laughed all of my career. I'm talking about the NIMBYs, right? So now I'm a NIMBY. So I do apologize for that, but it is in my backyard, and I am opposed to it. I do think it's something we need somewhere in the community. I think everybody here, you've heard that tonight. These folks need help, and it needs to go somewhere here. And we need it in town. But I also think that when you do things like surveys and you see that people say we need to help the homeless, I think what my interpretation of what that is we need to get them out of the parks so that our kids can go there, so we don't have to worry about needles. I think that's what they mean, and I'm not sure that this building purchase is doing what the people really want. I think if it was on the ballot, let's do here in a couple days, it would fail miserably. I think that's what the community thinks of this one. So I'm hoping we're failing forward and you guys are going to find a really good solution. I believe in you, but I'm hoping it's not this one. Thank you, guys.
Debbie Rice, and then Ken Bell. Can you pull the mic down towards your mouth? There you go.
I figured I better say something because I don't see any homeless people here. Nobody's speaking for the homeless. I'm right out there with them. And I get to go out to hell tonight when it's freezing cold because my car's not got heat right now and we're having issues. But yeah, it's pretty scary going out there. And then the worst is having the police harass you every day. You have to get up, move, and I am not going to a darn tent. I mean, I'm in my car, and if I have to tow that car, because it's just freezing, and we have little animals and stuff. And yeah, they're right. The people are pretty whacked out. They're on fentanyl now, heroin, everything. But maybe, I mean, they do need some kind of shelter. I don't know about downtown, but where they can get to it, maybe the Copeland, like they said. Or I really think you should have a panel of people that have had experience. Like there's not so many people that are speaking for the shelters, but they're doing a lot. That mission, anytime somebody's going to refer you, oh, go to the mission. Well, I don't have a drug problem, an alcohol problem, and I'm out there with all the loonies and everything else. I'm elderly, and I'm with someone else elderly, and some other man out there kind of wigged out. He's trying to deal with HUD, and they put him in the house. HUD didn't put him in the house. He found the house, and then HUD wouldn't approve it because he had no kitchen. So now he's out in the street again and going to lose his HUD housing because he has a certain time to find it. And I went through that. I've been through everything. And if you would want to put me on a panel, I sure would like to say something because, you know, I don't know about them putting downtown, maybe Copeland, you know, or I think they should have a security guard. If they do, you know, because not one of these people that are a business owner or you would even think of going out and sleeping tonight in the freezing cold. They just couldn't do it. And I think they should just try it. You won't like it. And I don't know what to do right now. We're elderly. I'm dealing with 2 people that have, I think, dementia. One, they shipped my friend off to a convalescent, and I can't even see him because he's in San Rafael. He's not supposed to be, and it's just too much. And people with mental issues, people with broken cars, and the police tell them, move on, move on. There's nowhere to move. They're just going in circles. And that's why they're sleeping in bushes. I had a guy steal my bike tonight. And how I got it back is I prayed. And I had a bunch of people pray. And my kid instantly, and he helped get that bike back. So thank you guys for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Ken Bell and then William Crowley.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Ken Bell. I'm the president of the Joseph County Historical Society, which is right next door to the Elks Lodge. Last year, we had to put a fence around our building because we called the police out many, many times because they're breaking our museum apart. They're tagging it, they're kicking in the screens, they're breaking the doors, they're busting windows, and we have a wonderful police department. They are on the ball. They come right on out and help us out. To have that facility right there next to our library now, which is on the same street as the Historical Society, which is the Schmidt House, we're going to have to put another fence up. That fence last year cost us $30,000 to put that fence up, and cameras and security to make us feel a little bit safe. Now we have an open library with people that work in there that are elderly, and now we're going to put people with issues right next door. That's unsafe for them to work there. We're a nonprofit organization. And I was here months ago talking about the facility that you tried to put on Redwood Avenue. And the people there at Road Retreat said, please help, please help. We need help to find a place to put these people. So I emailed the mayor, and I emailed, I think, Vanessa, and said, I found a place. The city has the DOT yard right there by Walmart. And you can lease it, and you can have a lease program. I emailed both of you. Nobody replied. So I don't even know if you looked at it. You probably, my opinion, blew it off. But there's a place right there that's it's still in the city limits. It's away from the schools. It's away from residential areas. And it would be a great spot to help people. Now, we already have places in work that help people. Like you said, like the other gentleman said, as long as you abide by the rules and don't have a free-for-all, we already have things in play. So why don't we just take what we have in play and tighten it up a little bit and make it a little bit better? Then we don't have to worry about having a place to put people. We already have places to put people. We already have things to help people. We just need those places to be a little bit more expanded. So I think if we just expand what we have, fix what we have, and make it a little bit stronger, we wouldn't have to worry about relocating people right in Historical Grants Pass. That border of Historical Grants Pass is an alleyway between our library and the Schmidt House. That's the border. So we're at the edge of the Historical Grants Pass, which we're known for our history. Now we're going to turn around and put people in that area it's going to take the system down. I think we just need to fix what we already have and not worry about putting another place that we have to babysit. Thank you very much.
Is William Crowley still here?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's evening, I know. This can't, in my opinion, be something that you guys thought about thoughtfully, right? And said, wow, this is a good idea. This is, if you have families that need help, you don't create an environment where there can just be unfettered drug use and alcohol, people in and out doing these things. Any drug dealer with a functioning brain will take such advantage of what you're about to do. They are going to eat your idea alive, and it's going to fall back on your shoulders. So before you do this, what I would do is I would ask myself, would I let myself be open to criminal prosecution if this goes badly? If someone ends up dead because you guys made a mistake that's going to affect everyone. You guys just heard from very prestigious business owners right here. And I can't really read anybody very well. That's not what I do. But I don't see the interest, but I do see a sense of urgency. Something has to happen, but I promise you it's not this. It isn't. And I know that you have a job to do and you've got to think of something. But when you're putting people that are in a situation where they're on a daily basis a danger to themselves and a danger to others, and then you put them in such close proximity to little children at a dance studio, guys, come on, you cannot do this. These are, I couldn't tell you whether anybody in here was on the left side or the right side of our crazy political climate that we live in today. But not anyone thinks that those kids deserve to have that in their face. These are people that live here that care about this place. And when you talk about addiction and you talk about what these people are going through, I've been there. I was a Marine for 8 years. I got hurt. And you regress a little bit and you end up needing help. And when you find that, it's great. But like this gentleman over here that was homeless said earlier, if you don't want that, it's not on your docket. It's not on your menu. It's not what you want at all. The only thing you want is self-destruction. And when you want self-destruction, you're going to breed chaos. And when you have too much chaos in a beautiful place like this, and it's allowed, that's what you're inviting. And I don't think anybody here is bad people. I just think that we're trying to please people. You guys are the boss. And that somebody with the opposite perspective of me said the same thing that I'm about to tell you. You guys are going to have to make a decision. I just think that the decision you're going to make, if you put it there, right in downtown, where we like to enjoy ourselves, is going to be very bad for all of us. So I hope that you vote against this. Have a good night. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone here who was wanting to speak who hasn't spoken yet? All right, Mark.
Last one. So if I was to wrap this all up and everybody would like to do that, they would say, okay, what do I make of all this? Here's what I would ask you, my first question. What are your problems with the Ramsey site with 25 beds over the last year and a half? My first question would be to Warren and say, how many more calls do you get there than you did get the old DMV center when we ran the warming center for 90 days? So here's my proposal. What's happening is people are conflating the worst of behavior and humanity. And for the people on this side, I can tell you I worked 80 out of the 90 days that the warming center was open, and I enjoyed it. I didn't see the problems that they're conflating here. The rape, the crime, the stolen things. Those things are going to happen, and those people won't come in off the street. But if your number one priority is to clear the park, your maximum average of the number of tents that have gone over for the last year and a half is between 12 and 20 occupants. If you want to clear the park, that's how many beds I need. So if you took the Ramsey site and moved it to the Elks, and then said, all right, we'll take the other ones and make that now a low barrier, same center, and then you would clear the park. Why do I say that? You're solving for X. This is just algebra. You don't have that many problems with the Ramsey site. And before that, you didn't have that many problems with the DMV site. I know because I was there and some of you were there with me. We served dinner. If there was a problem, we said, dinner stops. Mark's done serving if there's going to be a problem. And that was it. But we didn't have these problems that you're hearing. They wouldn't come off the street. So where are they going to stay? Maybe in the park. Then Warren can deal with that one minor third that says, I ain't going in and I'm going to do crime. But 2/3 out of these parties are and remain the economically deprived. That young couple, they got divorced, She had the car in her name. He got the job. He keeps the apartment. She gets the car. She loses the car. She's in the park. I know you've seen there because Sarah and we've been down there and talked to those same people. They're still there, okay? The people that are economically deprived that want to come in off the street, you can take them off the street. They're not going to be a problem to the tiny dancers. They're not at the Ramsey site. These people didn't skip the hospital because the Ramsey site is full of homeless. The same people that they're talking about. They didn't skip passing by the old DMV site because the homeless went in there with no barrier. The barrier at the DMV building for 90 days was a swipe across the head, stupid questions that you get from TSA, okay, and you're in for the night. That was it. That's all it was. So you are going to have one entry, one exit. You're going to have to gate it. You get those people. You can use that site. I'm only here because it checked the box. 1,000 feet from schools, 300 feet from parks and rec facilities, 100 feet from daycares, 50 feet from homes. If you meet that barrier, I can make that work. I've been to Medford's Phase 1, Phase 2 homeless center 3 times wondering, how the hell do you do it? And they make it work. But you got to go gradual. This can work. It doesn't have to be the homeless. It could be the Ramsey site brought over. Don't give up on this.
All right, is there anyone else here who wanted to speak during public comment tonight? Oh, just one shot is all you get, sorry. Yep. Please come on up and state your name and whether you live in the city.
Well, it's been a long night, folks, and first thing I want to say is thank you. Thank you for your service, everybody that's sitting here. You're trying, and the situation is a trying situation. And I know because I've had situations in our family, affluent people, people with talent, come down and be touched by drug addiction and the chaos that it creates and alcoholism. And the root of the problem, most of it does go back to some form of mental illness, either depression or anxiety or something like that. I have, one of my dearest friends was a dyed-in-the-wool alcoholic, and we rode together on the racetracks. And I wanted her well more than anything, but she had to get well for herself. And I got kind of dragged through that chaos just because I cared about her. She was like a sister to me. And a lot of people said, she's just a drunk, how can you know. People loved her. She's a devout Christian, really neat lady, heart of gold, give you the shirt off her back as long as she wasn't drinking. All bets were off when she was drinking. But I knew the source of her problems. She was physically abused, sexually abused as a young woman. And she crawled into a bottle of vodka to make it all go away. There's a lot of people like that out there. But finding a solution is not going to be easy, but thank you for trying. I'm not saying I have answers, but if you at least have to be looking for solutions. And most of these people are not criminal. They're not criminals. I know of a couple who have a good job and are living in their car. I know of students that are trying to go to school that are living in cars. And yeah, you have crime, like you didn't have it before. And everybody says, well, our kids, what if they're around our kids? They're walking on the streets with your kids right now with no solutions. So unless you offer them some kind of therapy, some kind of direction, you won't save all of them. Some of them aren't going to come off the street. They like the lifestyle. They like the drugs. But there are many that would love to have an opportunity to get their life back on track. And I want to say thank you for making the effort and standing up here and taking all this abuse and all these different opinions. And I have a business in town too. So I care. My clients want to be able to walk down the streets and feel comfortable. And just thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't give up. Keep trying. There are solutions out there. And I think there's a lot of people really everybody wants to help the homeless. The question is how. Thank you.
All right. Let's close public comment for the night. At the end of our public comment, council has an opportunity to review public comment. Was there anybody who wanted to say anything tonight? Vanessa?
Well, I think this was an impromptu listening session for a discussion, an ongoing discussion that this council has been having. I can assure the community that this has not been a closed door discussion. There have been over 10 meetings since early 2021 on this topic. We recently received a state grant amounting to $1 million to take action in some sort of way on homelessness. So this certainly is an ongoing project that we've been working on. I won't necessarily address the concerns that I've heard about the location because that's still a decision that the council has not made. I'm taking that as feedback from the community, but I want to clarify some misnomers that I heard this evening. The ongoing project that the council has been helping to facilitate would not allow for unfettered drug use, and I'm sorry that anyone misled you to believe that. That is not true. Although in name it is a low barrier shelter, drugs, alcohol, and sex are not allowed on site, and there are curfews. These types of programs allow for stabilization for people that are exiting homelessness. We have heard about the Maslow hierarchy of needs this evening. If somebody doesn't have stabilization of a home or somewhere to rest, they cannot, not that they cannot, but it is so much harder for them to become the members of society that we want them to be. It's baseline right next to food and water for a requirement for a successful life. We also keep hearing the line that if you build it, they will come. I think we all know that the homeless services in our community are sparse. We do not have the Taj Mahal for the homeless, yet they are here. So that line is already, with that logic, is a moot point. There are different types of homeless shelters, and I think that's important in understanding if you support or oppose a project. There are drop-in shelters, there are shelters that require referral from the police that work in the unhoused, the areas where unhoused people frequent. There are soup kitchen styles, there are high barrier shelters like the Gospel Rescue Mission, so there is a variety of different shelters. I think this evening when people heard about the potential location for the Elks Lodge, not everyone may have been on the same page for what this ongoing discussion has been. It's thought to be modeled similar off of what other communities have done. Originally with an urban campground, it is now phased into something more of a navigation center, and that came down from state legislation that awarded 7 cities funds for projects very similar to this. So those types of shelters do vary, but they are more often than not referral for residential guests, and for the people that use it for their 8 to 5 business hours, it is walk-in services for things like completing DMV paperwork or getting a license or perhaps writing a cover letter for a job. So those types of administrative assistance. This really isn't, the council isn't focused on, I think, what has gotten the most attention this evening, which is a faction of society that we know perhaps don't want to live within the confines of organized society. That's not, no one is trying to pretend like we have a magic wand to fix that issue. We are trying to help the community members stated previously that perhaps are college students that can't afford market rate housing in this community, people that work full-time at Safeway that live in their car, people that are just trying to do their best, that need a hand up to get to that extra mile. That is really the spirit of the ongoing discussion that we've had. Our strategic plan was mentioned back in 2021, and our first goal, our number one goal, was to establish an urban campground. So certainly nobody could say with good faith that this is a hasty decision, that this has been made secret at all. This has been an ongoing discussion, so I'm glad that the community came out this evening and did share questions, thoughts, and concerns that they had. I don't know if I have anything else to address from my notes here, but thank you.
Anybody else? Val? Yeah, I just want to add that this has been a long discussion because the last 4 years we have been in this situation, and we've heard over and over again people saying, well, we really want to help. And I think I felt that we kind of reached out to the community and said, well, come to the table. We want your help us. And it makes me a little sad that, we wait till this moment and it's like it's just something brand new, because it's not. 4 years ago I was up at the Seventh-day Adventist Church trying to talk to the parishioners, and the board had already accepted them having some sort of a shelter, but the people from the parish came in and said, no, we don't want it. Then of course we went up to the north part of town, we went and had the shelter at the DMV. I mean, we have been along this road a long time, and we've learned a lot of things. We have learned a lot of things, and we've never tried to sneak it, because we can't sneak it. You can't sneak it. I mean, yes, you could make an offer on a piece of property, but we could never buy it without having a public meeting. So it could not happen. And so the fear is what I see the biggest piece is that's what I hear is fear, fear, fear. But the purpose that I think we're really trying to get to is to say there are people out there that need a hand up. I don't think there's a single person who could be in here who doesn't have a family member, that doesn't have somebody who has fallen off the ropes and needs help. And my own daughter, who of course, she's helped, we're there to help, and she comes to me all the time. She lives in Portland, and she goes, I am so thankful for you because I have family that can help me. She says, do you know how many people are out there that don't have family to help them? There's a lot. So we need something. As we know, the state has given money to help with it. We have till June 2023 to spend that $1 million to do something. So we are on somewhat of a timeline of saying, yes, how do we put something together that is really going to be something that our community needs? And I agree, I am as frustrated as everybody else is about the needles and the drugs and the feces and all that. But guess what? If you had a place where people who wanted to get better could get better and find a road out, then it would be really easy to find the criminals and go after the criminals and get the criminals out. But right now it's hard to tell who's who because we don't have any way to find that out. There are over 80 nonprofits working in our community, but there's no hub. They're all in their own little silo, and it's such a system. I want you to think about what it's like to transverse that. I know Steve Rowe always does a poverty simulation, to have people understand what it's like to be living on the street or being poor and know how to find the services. And if any of you have ever dealt with the federal government and anything and the amount of paperwork and the craziness that goes on, people need advocates. That's what they need. And so we need some place to give them that source to get that to move forward. So I think we're in a crisis, and people say, well, how could you even think of that place? Well, my vision of that place before tonight, and like I said, I may look at it a little differently, but was the fact that it's not an outdoor campground. You're not putting people out there in the cold to say, hey, we'll come and visit you and help you in the cold, but it's actually a building. And it's a building large enough that you could bring in options, you could bring in counseling, you could do that inside. And to me, I think I'd rather do that. I'd rather have an inside place that was clean. And I look back at when people talked about, well, we used to have the soup kitchen. Well, you know what? Our police cleaned it up. Do you have a problem there anymore? No, they found a solution. They don't serve food anymore out there. We move a station around to different places around town for people to get food if that's what they want. You can have something that doesn't have to be people hanging around and going in and out of. So I think that everybody thinks the worst and fears the worst. If whatever decision, and I don't know where we're at, and I'm sure we'll talk about it and make some decisions. I heard over and over and over tonight, I really want to help this solution. Well, but I've been waiting 4 years. One of the places that we went to we went to Spalding. We proposed a spot in Spalding. And you know what? We got shut down by the church. They said, no, we don't want it out here. And it's just like, well, that's funny. The rest of the community wanted it out there, but you don't want, it doesn't matter where we go. Nobody wants it, but everybody needs it. And that is the only solution that we have moving forward. And I think people need to understand that. We are under an injunction that says, as long as you have no place for people to go, they will stay in your parks. They will be in our parks, they will be crapping in our parks, they will be doing their drugs in their parks. We can't just put them on a bus and send them out. That is what gave us the injunction. The reason we have that injunction against us is because we had the community that said, put them on a bus and ship them out of town. We don't want them. Those were the exact quotes that were quoted in the lawsuit that made them say, if you don't have something for them, they can stay in your parks. So that was the attitude that got us where we're at now. So I hope that all of those people who came tonight and all of you who were saying we need a solution, I want an email to tell me what you're going to do to help us make a better choice. And I want you to think very serious about the fact that it needs to happen and that you are part of the solution, because you're right. You know, we put a lot of time and energy into this job of listening and trying to find a solution, and everywhere we go, we get slapped in the face and said, nope, not here, nope, not here. So we're saying, we got $1 million to spend, we will get no more money from anywhere if we don't have a place, because a lot of other communities have places, and they will get further help. I don't want to run it, I want the nonprofits, the 80 nonprofits, to have a home. Let's give them a home so they can do their business, because it's not the city's job to do it. It is the nonprofits, and I'm very disappointed in a lot of the churches, a lot of the people who can easily stand up and say, well, no, we just ship them out of town. Last time I checked, that wasn't a real Christian attitude. So please, if you are against it, step up and make something happen, because we have a limited amount of time to get it done.
Joel?
Well, and I think we need to be careful of judging each other as well as we move forward, because we're all in this together. There's another issue that doesn't have to do with location that is real. If we had a location, one of the nonprofits that would run it said it would cost $1.5 million a year to operate it, and they don't have the money. They said it would cost $1.5 million a year to operate it, and they don't have the money. And then, so, you know, we got ARPA funds. We could, that are designed for other projects right now, like the caveman pool or the water treatment plant or infrastructure for low-income housing that we could divert. And it would cover 2 years. It's unsolved.
Anybody else? Kurt?
Way back when, I said, if we keep going the way we're going, we're going to wind up where we're at. Well, here we are. We have to do something. Doing nothing is not an option. When it comes to the Elks Lodge, I'll be the one to say the name, the Elks Lodge. I've had higher aspirations for that building. I'd like to have us do something else with it, so it wouldn't necessarily take a lot to push me off of that. And I heard a lot of things tonight, and like Val said, I heard a lot of fear. And fear alone is not really enough to push me off of it, but I think we do have better options, possibly. We just have to talk about them. But, I mean, the one truth that really comes out of tonight, everybody had anecdotal instances with homeless that are going on, and I think we've all had experiences too. And the fact is, it's happening now, and the only way we're going to do anything about it is to do something about it. And the lawsuit prevents us from doing certain things, and we are acting within the law. And so we just need to pick a course of action and go. Thanks.
Anybody else? All right, I know it's been a long night so far. I wanted to thank people for coming out. I think we had a lot of people who were very patient, and they were polite and thoughtful and sharing their concerns with us, so I do appreciate that. I also know that we have been talking about this for a long time, and the problem's not getting any better by ignoring it. We are a small town. There's not going to be the perfect location, but we are looking for the best location that we can find, and different places have different pros and cons about them. Some places are indoor buildings, some places are outdoor campgrounds. The type of facility, will kind of dictate what we can do there to some degree, but I do want to assure people that, we are paying attention to what you say, to your concerns, to locations. We've looked at a lot of locations around town, and probably will continue to do so until we find something. There will be rules. So whether it's an indoor shelter, whether it's an outdoor campground, we've been talking about a low barrier facility, but we're not talking about a free-for-all. That's the very nature of what we're talking about here, is trying to provide a place where people can go and be safe and help get their lives back on track and find access to services. So we will continue to work on that, no matter what happens with this particular location. I think it's really clear that we can't afford status quo. That's what's gotten us to where we're at. This problem has been going on for a long time. There was a homeless roundtable that the City Council held back in 2013 that provided some of the basis for the lawsuit that, it's been a decade now. It was, I didn't even live in Grants Pass at that time, although I'm from Grants Pass, but I didn't live here at the time of the roundtable. It's been a long time. So we need to do something, and we'll keep working at it, and we'll keep talking to people. We do sometimes have meetings in executive session. We will, in fact, have one a little bit later tonight. But decisions are made in public. We always allow public comment before a decision is made. You can email us, you can call us. I think we're all pretty accessible. If you write letters to the editor, people read them. So nothing's happening without transparency. That said, let's close this discussion. We'll check in on our emails. Karen?
There were 3 emails that were supporting the purchase of the Elks Lodge and 3 that were opposing it.
Okay, and let's take a recess for, let's say, 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to some more of our meeting here. See you all at 10:15. All right, everybody, welcome back from our recess. We are in the item number 5, our consent agenda, which includes items of such routine nature without controversy that they may be approved with a single action. I don't think we have any questions about anything tonight, do we? Okay, Joel is going to read the consent agenda.
The consent agenda, item A, resolution authorizing the city manager to contract for an equivalent plan under the Oregon Paid Family Leave Insurance Program. Item B, resolution authorizing the city manager to renew a contract for the Growers Market lease. Item C, motion approving the Committee on Public Arts recommended artist for the Beaver parking lot artwork. Item D, and that would be D through K of various minutes. The minutes of the City Council meeting of October 9th, the minutes of the Sustainability and Energy Action Taskforce meeting of September 14th, the minutes of the Committee on Public Art meeting of August 9th, the minutes of the Parks Advisory Committee meeting of July 14th, the minutes of the Parks Advisory Committee meeting of September 8th, the minutes of the Urban Area Planning Commission meeting of August 24th, item J, the minutes of the Urban Area Planning Commission meeting of September 14th. And the last one, item K, the minutes of the Urban Area Planning Commission meeting of September 28th, 2022. And with that, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second from Valerie, and just, you did say on item D, should be October 19th instead of 9th. So you just read it wrong.
Thank you.
Okay. Joel, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
All right, consent agenda passes. We are going to skip the Urban Renewal Agency meeting this evening, and we will just put it on a future agenda. So that brings us to item 9, matters from mayor, council, and staff. Did you have anything you wanted to bring up tonight? No? Staff have anything tonight? Aaron?
I have one that maybe I can just get some quick direction on. As you may see, Ward Warren has a structure that he's putting a beautiful mural on, and it's a welcoming sign. It looks absolutely gorgeous, and it furthers art in our community, etc. He's been talking, and we were excited about the potential of that mural being on there. One of the things he's inquiring and wants to know if council would entertain, I know council has provided direction from the Tourism Advisory Committee to look at a grant program with transient lodging tax dollars. And so that is an intent that I think council has moving forward, is to be able to grant some dollars for certain projects that are welcoming in nature. This sign, based on the definition of the lodging tax dollars and that money that you do have available that you're going to look at having in a grant program, would be an allowable use for the mural. So he's wondering if you would entertain a cost-sharing mechanism or program to help grant some dollars for the completion of the mural. If you are, I could bring it forward to a workshop or to a future business meeting. The mural itself will probably run around $25,000 to $30,000, and it's a very big mural. And of course, I don't believe he'd be asking for the whole thing, but some kind of grant program of a percentage of it would be something that might be, that he's asking council if you would entertain. So I was bringing this forward to you based on his request. And if you're interested in entertaining that, we can have a workshop or a business meeting on it.
Kurt?
Well, Ward told me he was going to do that about a year ago. So he had that in mind, and he went ahead and did it. Now he wants to come back and ask us for money?
Well, we didn't have a program really before, and now council's saying we are going to have a program and have some available funds, and so he recognizes the previous action of council and is making that request. Again, it's not, I don't think it's appropriate for us to discuss in detail, about it, but the question is, do you want to have that discussion at a future meeting?
I was just going to add that there was actually a time, there have been a couple other murals that we have given a little bit of money for. I know the one on the irrigation district, they came to us. So there was a program in the past where they got a partial. I don't know how much it was for, but it has been done in the not so far distant away, because that's, anyway. So I think it's worth at least bringing forward, having a workshop to talk about at some point.
DJ?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Brian?
So the TLT money for this would be tourism-related facilities?
Go ahead.
No, it falls underneath the welcoming aspect of the ORS.
Okay, so it would be under the tourism promotion category.
Correct, and
Okay.
welcoming part.
Okay.
All right. I heard a couple counselors are interested in entertaining the idea. Does anybody else want to put it on a future agenda? Yes, Joel?
Yes, but I was wondering if we want to run it by the art committee first, and if that's necessary or not. And I don't know what you think. Rick's shaking his head no. But yeah, to have it as an agenda item, I think that's appropriate.
Rob?
Yeah, I want to put it on a future discussion at some point. I don't know that the art committee needs to be brought in since it's already basically been created.
Yeah,
We're past
that's
that
true.
point.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Oh. I actually did, I don't know, going back when John Duncan was in earlier, way back in the very beginning of tonight's meeting, there were a couple things brought up, and so I was going to bring up the burning permit, whether that is something that has to be approved by council, because it was his understanding that because it's not allowed, it would have to go to a higher level to allow a burning permit on industrial or commercial.
So I have his note. I'll be contacting him and getting those additional details. I do know that we do have a burn permit window coming up, I think, next week, where
Yes.
we're going to be offering permits, et cetera. That's, for residential burning, et cetera, but I'll follow up on that.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. And also, too, I don't want to follow up on Steve Nelson. He was asking about a letter being sent. Is that something that we could do, sending a letter to just reiterating that, the danger of demolition, the importance of demolition? I think that might go a long way of appeasing him.
Do we have an already brochure or document with regards to demolition that we would send out to our business contacts? Or would we need to develop one?
We would need to develop something, and if it's just a letter, then, that doesn't take long. We do have a list of developers, so it would just basically be citing, we could summarize what the code is, if I understood him right. And if that's what the council wants, we can basically do a summary of what that demolition code says, and just to kind of as a reminder.
I would like to see that. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I think it'd go a long way.
Okay, yeah, several people are nodding that they would be in support of doing something like that, and I've passed that one along to Aaron as well. Okay, anything else under the staff comments for tonight? All right, we still have an executive session, so how about a motion for that? Val?
I'd make a motion to adjourn into executive session.
Second? DJ is nodding for the second. Thank you. All in favor of adjourning into executive session?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? All right. Let's take a quick break here to change recordings, and we'll reconvene in executive session.